back in. So that's what I have to control.
I'm with you on that. One thing I noticed yesterday was, well, one thing I've noticed is I'll have all these alerts going off and that's when things are, going up, but that's not the good time to get in. You need to wait for that pullback. Like Jerry says, like on a 5 minute or the 3 minute or 2 minute, whatever, wait for the pull out, wait for the triangle day out. You know how they say TTO, so that you're getting in at a good time, not when, like you said, IV's high and you're paying too much for the options. So that was something that I took away from yesterday. It's like, oh, I said, maybe that's one thing I'm doing wrong, is I'm buying when, everything is up and exciting, and then it pulls back on me and I'm like, oh, so it's a psychological thing too.
Yeah, it is.
Hey, Carol, is that you, Carol?
Hey, yeah. Yes,
Hey, can
it is.
somebody rename me to Mish?
Let me see. I don't know. Maybe we can ask Jerry to do it when he comes on.
Awesome.
Morning, everybody.
Oh,
Morning.
there he is.
Morning.
Hey, Jerry.
How's everybody doing? Friday. Wee. Hey, for the first 30 minutes to hour of the day, we can buy lotto calls or options. After that, it's probably best to move to next week's, just because of time decay. Unless we're playing a bigger ticker or something like that, and you can still get 0 DTE, but you want to buy it deeper in the money. They can full advantage of that price movement. But if price is going to move up all day, but still, if it's going to move slowly, it's best to buy next week's options as well. Otherwise, time decay can make you, even if the price is pushing up, it can still make you negative. Just keep that in mind.
Jerry,
Sure.
is it possible for you to set it so that when anybody logs on, that they're all automatically muted? Because we're having some problems in the morning with people not realizing, and they're talking in other languages.
Amen. Amen.
Yeah,
I second that.
yeah. I'll see if I can't do that.
That'd be great. Because they don't know that their mic is on, and we try to tell them, and they still can't hear us, and then
They can hear
it's
all
hard for us to try to talk then even.
Plus, they're probably hearing stuff you don't want to hear.
We don't know what we're listening to.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why it's in another language.
Yeah. I'll try to do the name swap. I don't know how successful I'll be at it. There we go. Michelle M, is that right? All right, see if that works. Yep, all right, I got you. All right, let's look at Tesla right quick, and then Roku and all those other names. Here's my my tickers I'm watching during the day. The row on top is 60 minutes and 15. The 60 lets me see kind of a bigger picture, so I'm not focused on the smaller times. And then the second row is 15. Tickers on here. Alrighty. Let's see. HD flat top at the end of the day yesterday. Etsy could try to go back short this morning. Could go long. Kind of chopping right now. What else? D-Dog, look for D-Dog to push up today. Saw the end of the day strong cost, and then Lulu's sitting sideways right now, and as well as Airbnb and Netflix. So Netflix could break out this morning. Be a flat top breakout to the upside here on Netflix. Netflix is gonna be long when it crosses 526. All right, Tesla's still chopping sideways here. Let's see what it looks like pre-market. And it's still sideways. All right, guys, good luck. Remember, from 9:30 to 10 o'clock, I'm scalping. I'll be in and out very quickly. At 10 o'clock, I'll be looking to stay in something a little bit longer.
Hood had a big pop pre-market this morning.
Hood, all right, take a look at that thing. There you go. Not bad. Hood can come way back down too. All right, let's see what's going on here. Tesla's down. Oh yeah, keep it on a video today. Novak's gap down here, could go lower. All that stuff needs a rest. AMD's kind of sitting at the bottom, and shop open below 15. BA gapped up. They want to go some more. Let's see here. Etsy looks like it's going to go short. Crab's going up. Etsy's going to be short if it breaks the low of the day. Yesterday.
It was loud.
Oh yeah, Netflix. All right. Netflix needs to break 526.09 for it to be long here. It's a flat top break after the upside. This thing's got potential. You talk about a swing. Netflix is set up for a nice swing here. Really nice. It breaks the 4 hour here.
DraftKings got a ton of volume for smaller accounts, but just watched it.
Nice.
Apple's short.
Short, nice. Big A pushing here, guys. Etsy short. Everything kind of chopping. Nobody can break the other day. It's short. Etsy short here. Nobody trying to go short here. Netflix still staying there. Zoom coming down. Ooh, lovely. BA's breaking 60 and 15-minute pivot. Baba puking. Zoom coming down here. Target on Etsy. 175. There's the video. What you doing? Let's get rid of that. Let's pull it up. Can't scan. Amazon short here, guys. BA still a monster. VA is breaking at 60 pivot. It wants to come on up. It can see 237. Going back through range on a weekly.
Roblox.
Roblox.
Check out Square.
Square. Oh yeah, Square's coming back through range. Oh you shoot. Nice. Yeah, SQ
Tesla's
PMG
throwing a
up to
gap.
39. Yeah, SQ is gonna be long if it breaks 285. Or actually you can do 284.50. This is looking good. It's just a choppy shithole. Nobody's trying to hammer, might try to go fill that gap there. SQ could see 289. $5. Yes, sir. VA coming all the way back down. SQ is going to be long if it breaks back above the high of the day. Tesla's trying to come up, Badu's pushing.
AMD did just like you said, Jerry, went to a 110, came back up.
Nice. Roku's going to pop here. Shit. There's Roku there. Target's 410. It could bounce off this right here. It could be a break and retest the downside here. It could be the start of reversal here on the 4 hour. The upside. If it does, so there's a gap fill right here. 212 up. Roku breaks 410.20. It will be long. If it fails to break, it could be a break and a retest right here on the 60. So right here, there's that break, retest. I can double top there and go back down. That's why it needs to break at least 410.50. Tesla, I don't trust Tesla. Test Tesla. Once we see a bit of volume come behind it, push it up. It could be pretty good then. Lulu trying to come down.
Jerry, can you check the QQQ for resistance? What?
It needs to cross 369 for its long. It's 2-1 right now. It could be break past 4 hours to come back down. Looks pretty strong on the higher time frames. I tell you what, if it breaks 369.34, it'll see 369.65. You're safer when it breaks 370. Yes, sir. The video trying to come back up. AMD pushing here.
Here goes Roku.
Roku. Oh shit, AMD guys can shoot up to 122.49 today. Here's that same pattern we saw on SQ yesterday. We got a strong ticker pull back. People could be buying this dip right here. So keep AMD on watch. AMD needs to break, really it needs to break 114. If it breaks 113.50, you can take an early entry into it with the target being the pivot high at 114. Right. And hopefully 122.49. Oh, Lordy day. Shop salon, boys and girls. Crowd's pushing like a beast. Roku's breaking. Roku volume increases here. It stands through there and pulled back really harshly. Let's see what she's doing. Remember, 0 DTE, you need big moves. Novak's been trying to fill this gap here. Murray's trying to break the high, yesterday's high. It does bring Novak right back up with it. BA short for gap fill here. Now BA's been pretty strong. Just because it fills a gap, don't mean it can't come right back up. You're safer inches when it breaks the current low today. 231.20. Yes. HD pushing. Zoom's coming up too. Zoom's going to be coming up for a gap fill here. So Zoom's long target's going to be 396. And it could go right back to the range 403. Novak's trying to fill this gap right now. It's puking.
Jerry, can you check Square for resistance for a call or sorry for support?
For support, man. For a stop, 282.60 is going to be where your stop's at. If it breaks through 280, it's going to reverse and go lower. It's puking. It's going to come down this big old huge green candle right here on 60. Targets, my first target's 178, and then ultimately you can see 175 on Etsy. It's just a 212 reversal right here on the 4 hour. We talked about these reversals yesterday a lot, but the higher time frame reversal, the bigger the move. Here it is right here, 212 up. It was led by the gap down, shooter up, inside, break to the downside. First target really is going to be around 175. It needs to push to this pivot right here. AMD's kicking ass. Tesla's is just a mess. That's all I can say about Tesla. AMD still pushing it. In and out. In and out. BA coming back up. What? I tell you what, market is choppy. It's choppy. BA found support, expanded range right here on the pivot, trying to come back up. So, we know it's strong. It's pumping last few days. AMD still coming up here. AMD is a cheap one. Anybody could have got in that thing. I'm up 52% AMD. Really, if it wants to, it can come up to 122 a day. Next target 115. Look at the volume increase. 10 million shares trading this candle. 12 minutes of the day. My favorite candle is fixing to pop up here at first 15. Then goes inside. SWKS HD still pushing here. Ooh, coming down. Ooh, D-Dog's trying to roll over here. Bob is still puking. And Bob has been ugly, but it's been pushing. It's kind of, if you look at the daily, it tells the whole story. This thing is ugly. Ugly, ugly. Amazon puking. Amazon puking. So you can get a piece of Amazon on a 212 reversal on a 5-minute downside. Oh, it breaks outside this channel here. She's in trouble. Big gap down, some girl. I say this pullback's temporary, but it's short right this second. Amazon short. AMD pushing still.
UConn, I'm still pushing.
Nice. A little bit of resistance right here at 148.68. Nice, nice move. Span through the pivot high. Now it's trying to come right back up. It's in a pretty good trend on the weekly. Monthly's rolling up. Man, that's good. It's gonna be a nice one. Tesla short here, guys. Out of Amazon.
What about IWM, Jerry?
WM. So I'm gonna pull back on Amazon here and try to get back in. WM.
Jerry, yesterday Kathy Wood sold a bunch of her Tesla.
Really, it's going short right now. IWM trying to fill this gap right here. A lot of times these stronger tickers though, they'll pull back about 50% on a gap up. So always remember that on a gap up, they'll tend to fill about 50% and push right back up. It's starting to curl now. You see the wicks on the bottom of the 5-minute candles here. It's rejection. It looks like to me it's starting to curl. I can tell you this: if it breaks 223, it's short. If it breaks above 224.10, it's long. All right, as it starts to curl right back up.
Jerry, what's your AMD target?
Let's see. Where's my first candle here? 115.04, 130 or 115.30, 116. I'd like to see 122.49 today. I'd like to see. All right, we're getting some shooters down this. Tesla's fixing to go short here if it breaks below that pivot 15. AMD needs to hold support at 113.32. Give it 10 cents below that. Market very volatile this morning. Lulu's fixing to go short here. Lulu's a strong ticker. I don't expect it to die forever, but it could be a good buy opportunity when it starts to blow back over here. Catch it short here, guys. Yeah, still. That's good. See, go back down to $700. It's right in the middle of a big old chop too, though. So you gotta keep that in mind. That's what makes it so dangerous. It's only good for scalping. It needs to break out one side or the other, really. Target's always going to be the higher the low of the pivots. Instead of starting to curl over. The video trying to go short here. A lot of stuff chopping. B-Dog trying to go long for gap fill. Check out hood. Hood's inside. Yep, trying to move a little bit. MGNI. Wedging. Flagging. Oops. Gap up. Breaks 2067, big long. Let's clean Bob up. Let's move this. Here. The market's really choppy. I mean, it is so choppy right now. It probably tells you what kind of day it's gonna be. Roku came up and touched the 60 pivot, only rejecting off of it. It came almost to a few pennies from that gap fill yesterday, though. That's why it's best to take profits when it comes up to target. Baidu puking here. Bless you. But hang on, Baidu just formed a big red candle and pulled back just as quick as it pushed up. Baidu 212 could be retesting this weekly pretty soon. It's sideways. Let me show you this. If you see any tickers that's just sideways in a really tight range, it's best to stay away from it. So you see Baidu's in a really tight range right here. This is one candle that's right smack in the middle. A lot of tickers look just like that. Not all of them. We pull Tesla up. And, you know, you can play Tesla during the day and stuff, but you want to know why it's messed up. It's because it's a really tight range on the 4 hour and the daily. All right, still early. We're really trying to go short here. Always look at the higher time frame, kind of see where we're at. We're going to pull back on it at the top of the week as it starts to go up to 208. Will it go to 208 in the next week or so? Absolutely. Hell yeah, it's going to next pullbacks on the way up. People taking profits. If this thing goes down, it'd be probably a good swing to buy into it at the bottom. It's too trying to
Space is
go
really
short
moving.
here. What's that?
Space is really moving.
Amazon go short when it breaks the low of the day. Baidu short. Amazon short here. There you go, some early. AMD still needs to hold that pivot. AMD needs to hold support right here on top of this pivot on a 5 minute, 113.20. Shop made a higher low here. Let's see if it wants to come back up. Shop's got some good range in one candle. That's what makes it nice. It expanded through the 30 minute or the 15 minute pivot, and the 30 minute pivot could come right back through range here. Anytime between a pivot high and a pivot low, it's just chop. That's all it is. You can still trade it as long as there's room there. 60 bucks of room in this range. Nobody's trying to go short. I tell you what, let me show you what chop is. Look at the video here. So I've been stopped at 2 or 3 times already. The video came down on a big red candle on the 15 minutes because that's what I'm watching. Only for it to turn around and go back green just as fast as it went down. So I'm getting chopped up. There's no people getting chopped up today. Hopefully not. I hope everybody's green. But these moves are very volatile. The market is upset.
Myrna's
Things going
short. Myrna's short.
Well, they're nice. Nobody's short too. You gotta be careful, man. I mean,
I
they're
know.
throwing
Yeah,
these
those
signals
are
that
tricky
really
ones there.
And Myrna's sitting right on top of that pivot too, so you gotta be careful it don't pull back on you.
No,
Yep.
Novak's filled its gap from the other day, Jerry. It might turn around right around here.
It could. I don't trust. I don't trust any of them. I mean, Novak's is throwing a short signal right now as it double tops on the daily, trying to go back through range. It could see 343 over the next week, but it's been pretty strong again, so you just don't know. It did double top on the daily though. Trying to come back there. There goes Amazon. Up 13% Amazon. Crab gave up all its gains, trying to come back down. Roku's trying to push up here. SQ could try to come back through range. Got a long ways to do it. Currently inside right in the middle. Bob is trying to hammer back up as it rejects the base there. Really looking at Lulu and Cost, they're been really strong here lately. I'd love to see a push up on them. Netflix is kind of inside of range. It'd be nice for it to break the top and push on up today. Anything's possible. AMD's mobile hammer up here. So
Anything's
Netflix,
Anything's possible, like a 222 reversal on Tesla?
could be. It's breaking through that 15-minute pivot, trying to push back up. So I'll pull it up for a second. Right now on Netflix, it needs to come back up. First, it needs to break above 523.65, target big pivot high, and then 526.84. So if you go from 523 to 526, Tesla, let's see. It broke through 15 pivot, rejected, trying to come back up. It could. The only thing is, Tesla needs to break 711.80. The target's only 713.20. All right, let me show you this pattern real quick. This is another pattern here, guys. A couple of different ways here. This right here is pulled up, came all the way back down, trying to come back up. This could be a pullback to the downside here. You can take it when it crosses here. The problem is there's resistance here. It's better when it crosses right here. All right, the only problem is target's here. It can come up and retest and go lower. Again, it can come to here, touch it and pull back down. You could actually take it when it crossed here, but the only problem is your target's not very far away from here. So crosses here, target's here. Hopefully it breaks through there and you get to here, 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 here. My problem, the whole damn thing is inside. So breaks above here, it's long, target's here.
AMD's moving.
Yeah, it's a good
AMD
place to have.
forming a 15-minute Momo hammer.
AMD was good. So Tesla's gonna be long when it crosses.
Generac GNRC.
Shit, Shop got a pin hammer coming back up. AMD up 78%. Starbucks just puked here. That's what I'm saying, man. There's so much volatility. It's insane. Insane.
Jerry, I've got a short in on IWM. I'm just wondering what should be my stop. I'm in at 223.
Are you short or long? You short?
I'm short.
Your safest stop right now is 223.22. Also, you might want to put a stop in at usually half the candle. You get a big candle. I just do 223.01. 223.01. AMD Momo Hammer up. Be a good place to add.
Generac is moving, GNRC.
Yeah, space was a really good call. Thanks to whoever called that out.
Generac looks nice, man. Yeah. It base down here, consolidating, pushing up right now. Target on Generac is going to be 423. Oh, gonna be. That target comes from this candle right here. Well, actually, there's one right above it on the 4 hour. Let's say your first target is going to be this top of this red candle right here on Generac 421, 422. You see right here, there's a bunch of candles laying right there. sir. Shot, what a beautiful move. Shot made a lower high there and push right back up. There's a lot of volatility. I was gonna show you that, I forgot to though. I did try to push back up. Well, you look on the 15-minute right here. It's a high, a little bit lower than that. A lot of times over the last few opens, you get these big red or green moves on it. Big candles right here at open. Pretty consistent there for good scalps. Shot.
Jerry, could you look at NVIDIA again?
Yeah, NVIDIA, I wouldn't mess with NVIDIA right now for nothing in the world. It's doji. It's got a hammer trying to pull right back down, but man, this thing looked shorter some minutes ago. Trying to come back up. There's so much volatility. There's just
Thanks.
so much. You're welcome. Just please be careful on that thing.
Space has almost 1,000 times the volume right now. It's nuts.
This thing.
At least on the 5 minutes.
What the hell's going on with it? At next key level, $35. Let's break it. Incredible. Man, look at, oh yeah, well hell, see that big red candle on the weekly? This thing can come up, it ain't gonna do it. It could though, come up to $49. Daily target on it or 37.28, and they could see 30, 40, 39.98. There goes Tesla. I mean Amazon.
I think AMD is the cut.
Yeah, I went ahead and cut my AMD. I'm gonna take, I took 70%. Amazon's still pushing down here. Hitting my Amazon. I'd love to see Amazon come down to 33.40. See it roll on over here and puke today. Got a big candle. That's basically a 3-2 or 3-1. It could go 3-1-2 today if it wants. Who knows? 4 hour though, we got a 3-1-2 down reversal. And it's really like a triple top on Amazon down. Yeah, well, I can diamond hands, Amazon shop short here. Yeah, NVIDIA, don't mess with it at all. Now, Baidu looks pretty good for reversal. You got a pin hammer 2-2 up, 2 down, 2 up. Shop short. Crown's gonna be short. Yeah, I tell you what. You gotta be quick if you're gonna be making any day. Amazon, shit. Like 40%. Yeah, I went ahead and cut my AMD. There's 0 DTE calls, so yeah, the longer something chops around, the more money you can lose. If I see it break again, I'll probably get next week's calls. It's just safer. Anything that moves small or slowly, it's best to buy next week. All right, Tesla goes 3-2-2 or 2 down, 2 up right here. It'll be long. Problem is, the target's gonna be high. Look at the video coming back down. Yeah, that's whenever it's dojis like that, you stay away. You stay away because you get stopped at either way. So it gives a big spike on Amazon here. About an 80-cent spread on it. So we can catch it.
Sava is moving back up. SAVA.
Sava, take a look at it. Yeah, it needs to break that pivot on the 15. Otherwise, it's a break and a retest. Be real careful with it. And pivots, they're like, to me, they're so important that, you know, I hedge my targets around them and my stops. Could be a break and a retest. Kosh trying to come back down, pin hammer. Remember, Lulu Kosh is very strong. Let's pull up Lulu right quick. This thing's been moving. It's been freaking moving. So it's got a break and a retest. Will this thing die? I doubt it. I doubt it. But people are going to take profits on it. I can see this thing curling and coming right back up. We'll be looking for an entry back in this thing. You can see it on the 5 minutes. It starts to flatten out. People are going to buy the dip on this damn thing. Also, if you look on the 15 or what's it at? The 60. See that pivot down there? This thing can break, come back. Remember, on a strong trend, they won't even come close to testing them, but it's right there. Pull back pretty hard. Right now, it's curling, so it did make a lower low here. We wait. We just wait. I tell you this, though, if it breaks this level here, it's long. Target's going to be here, 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 and then pivot. Amazon. Amazon, die, die, die. Damn, Amazon, go. Tell you what, the Amazons was very, very cheap. Up 52%. Amazon, pretty good. Pretty good, Amazon. Oh, my little baby, go. Shit. A and B stagnating there. Market's a mess, boys. Actually trying to curl back up here.
Jerry, what are your pivots? Like, how did you calculate them? Because they're very accurate.
I got lucky with them, I guess. I don't know. I just messed around with the numbers until they touched the most support resistance areas across the board on all tickers.
They're awesome.
They're very, very accurate. I mean, it's incredible. I mean, look at Amazon right here. The pivot on the 60s, incredible. But see right here, and it shows expansion. So every time you look at it, the price expanded back through there, tricked back up, and then it comes back over here. Look, there's 3 touches right there on the pivot on the 60. Right here, you see price expansion on the bottom down here. I mean, it's on all tickers. AMD's breaking here, looking to get in some next week's calls. I just played around with the numbers till I came up with the best setup.
Thank you.
You're welcome. The video, look how volatile that thing is. Yeah, look at the video on the 15th. Doji. Ugh. Nobody's trying to go down, but just slow. See the video on the 15 minutes on a long signal here. I don't trust it. I say it probably comes to 205.68, but hell, that's not enough to mess with. Not enough to mess with. What are we doing here? Lulu trying to reject here. I'd love to see Lulu come up here. B-Dog's trying to curl back up. Lulu's a strong ticker. It's not going to die. I tell you what, the cross is 410. It's long. Target's going to be 412. And there's a pivot here, but I expect it to break over that pivot there. It actually does lower that pivot right there, 25% up. The video is 2-2 up. The target's only 60 cents away. It's the problem. So Lulu, let's pull this up right quick. I want to show you. So right here, let me open. Opens the lows, one candle. You want to be 25% from the base of this candle, which is about this area here. You're going to look for the strongest support resistance at level. It's right here. All this level here is really resistance, but you want to wait to take it when it crosses the highest point here, which is right here. It's that candle's wick. It's the highest candle in the group. You want to take it when it's about 20 cents above it. All right, right in there. So let's measure the top. It's 409, and then it's right there close to the site number. So 410. 410 be entry on this thing. As it comes up, this big old red candle here, it should quickly come up to here. All right, it should quickly come up to here. That's a target, and then here, and then the pivot. The reason being, you know, even though it's strong, it can still come up here, reject and go lower. If it don't break this, no harm, no foul. And also, if it breaks the low of the day, here, it is short. And if I was to draw it out, it looks like this. And we know what this is. This is chop. This is a compound inside bar here. All right. And when they break, they either break to the upside or to the downside. We don't know. We don't know. This area here is a bad place to be. It's also a wedge or a flag. AMD's going. It's slow. That's why it's best to have next week's. NVIDIA. NVIDIA's almost a target there. I'm not in it. Target's only 60 cents away. From there, BA is going to be short for gap fill. From there, it could retest and go lower. And here's another thing about NVIDIA too. Up there, when it gets in that range, it's in a chop. And anytime you go back to the chop, when you go back to a red candle or a big green candle, it's money, because there's no resistance there. There's not a bunch of shit that stops you along the way. Right? There's no support, resistance. There's no anything in there. Of course, on the lower time frame there is, but you know, that's besides the point. And this thing here, NVIDIA went long when it crossed here. Target was here, and then again the pivot. Now, when you get up through here, you're going to have problems because of all this chop, all these candles here. There's a lot of stuff that can happen. It's very unpredictable in this range. That's why it's always best to let these tickers break through compound inside bars before you take it anywhere. Actually, trying to Momo shoot her down the downside there. The crowd has just gave up all of it. You're talking about some volatility today. It's unreal. Oh, clicking there. Again, this thing, the best case scenario on the video really, for today anyway, is it retests and it comes back through range. If it breaks below, if it comes up and retests, it's pulling back now. It's low right this or short right this second. So it went short, actually, when it crossed below this level here. The target's gonna be here and then the wick. Again, it's in a chop here. Really, it's not even, it's not good to get in this even. Frankly. But there's too many cleaner tickers out there. HD's going short.
Hey Jerry, can you please take a look at Okta? I got lucky and shorted it.
HD's breaking low of the day, trying to come back big. Target's gonna be, first target's gonna be right here on top of this support, 333. Let's pull it off. All right, Amazon going again. Amazon, what a damn beast. Octave looks just like Amazon right now. Yeah, you're gonna PMG. Target's gonna be 239 on this. Traeger stop down the 5 minute, 244, 50, and then trail it on down the next one. Sure.
So what's the target on it again, please?
240.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Got a lot of stuff wedging. HD short here. Target's gonna be pivot low 15. PayPal's going short. Costco's gonna try to go short here.
What was the Costco target?
Costco target's gonna be that pivot low. There is some support though around 436. And really your first target needs to be 437.80.
I'm sorry, Home Depot, Home Depot.
Home Depot?
Yeah.
Let me get you a good target on this side. Your first target's gonna be 332, actually 333.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Jerry, Generac pulling back here a little bit. Is the 424 level? Is that the area it needs to break through to?
See here. Yeah, Generac for it to go long or add to it needs to break 423.58. Your stop should be right at, for the best chance of success, your stop should be at 418.40. That's the strongest support level in this group currently. If it goes back down here, it can start to chop sideways. So if you're up pretty good, if you got this week's calls, if it happens to hold this 418.40 level, and then starts to come back up, if it fails to make a new high, okay? So if it holds 418.80 and then it starts to come back up to make a new high, but it fails by even a penny, cut it right at the top because it's going to start going sideways. You can always re-enter, but you don't want to sit through chop. I'm on 0 BTE. Again, big mobile hammer up again.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. Let me pull up that 4A right there. There's a target on the 4A. It hit the 4-hour target, Generac did. Let me show you on this 4-hour here. right here. So these big red candles are money. Is why. There's the top of it right there. And usually when I see a red candle, a big candle I'm coming through, I usually take profits as soon as it gets close to the top of it. And the reason being, you see right here, it hit the target on there and it wicked up just there. This is Generac. So price expanded on there. So you can have minor support resistance level. You can have minor pivots. Every time you see a support resistance level, even if something as small as that, you can see expansion. The price expands on all these levels. On every single level. It's in a pretty good downtrend here. It did bounce and go higher. It could pull back here and go higher. Who knows? But just remember, it did get to the 4-hour target anyway.
So really the place to get in at would have been the 410 level, it looks like. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's safer. That's safer there. Also, too, a good spot you could have got in would probably be 407. But of course, that's where it held support there too. You see that? It's crazy. That. So, where that? Anyway, right on top of those wicks right there, if you look to here, that's where price came down and bounced off of this morning. It's right on top of these wicks here. So this whole level right here, I'll show you something. This whole level from here, from the body of that candle to the top of the wicks right there, that's support. And this candle came down. It opened up here this morning, came down. They tried to go lower, it couldn't break through that support there, and then push back up. And you always hear me saying, when it breaks this level here, it bounced right there. You could have took it long with the target being here as your first target, second target, third, fourth, fifth, so on and so forth. And it really can come up to here. There's your magnitude on the 4-hour. But you know, price quickly pushed it up to these big red and green candles. You can see it had no problem going straight through that candle there. There's Amazon. Holy shit. Amazon, give me a 200% today, girl. I'm still in Amazon. But yeah, you could just see. So whenever you're looking at tickers, always look at all time frames. Always start with your higher time frames and look through, look for any kind of support resistance nearby, look for any kind of pivots that's close, all the way down the time. And each time frame has its own pivot. Amazon, what a beast.
Thank you, Jerry. You're a great teacher.
Thank you, sir. Amazon. I can't believe Amazon today.
Hey Jerry, can you go over like the short entry for Amazon?
Yeah, 1 second, sir.
Yep.
I'm hoping to get this spike right here on Amazon. I'll cut it at 100% here. 1 second, I'm trying to manage this thing. Dang, that's crazy. Short entry was right here at 33.58, and I just caught out for 20. Another. I can't hardly talk. I caught a huge spike on there. It wasn't much, but it was pretty nice. Sorry, those were 0 DTE. That is breaking short here. All right, I'll pull it up for you. I'm always going to take my signals on the 5 minute here, but I'm looking at the 15 for real signals. The higher time frame of the signal, the bigger the move usually. I'm all out of Amazon. I didn't pull exactly 100%. It's pretty damn close. But I do short here. There's a couple of signals on this thing right here. First off, it broke here. It opened here and broke through there immediately. So it was a short immediately when it broke here. It came all the way down, very volatile this morning. It tried to break back through there. All right. So it tried to come and push its way back to the pivot here, rejected off of it. All right. As soon as this thing closed below that right there, you could have took it short for another scalp. All right. Here to here. And I've been in it for a while. But again, this morning, the first 30 minutes of the day this morning was very volatile. A very, very long time. There's a couple different issues, kind of sideways here. It's not clean. It's mostly for scalping. The open here comes down, push all the way back up. The retest and the break right there is what made it short, and really right here. There's an entry. It did come back up and pull back. I just happened to stay in it. There's tickers that's got a lot of cleaner entries.
Thanks, Jerry.
You're welcome. I'll pull you up some better ones here. Well, let's put Novak's here.
Jerry, I'm still in this IWM put. I'm just wondering, I got in at 50. Just wondering if I should cut it now or should I let it go?
IWM. You're short in it?
Yeah. At 23.50.
Yeah, I sure would. It hit the target. Yeah, I cut it. Well, hang on a second. 0 DT, I guess. I would keep it if it breaks above 223. Probably cut it. But again, let me pull it up. I want to see exactly where these candles are dropping. I want to see if it made a lower low here. No, it made a higher low. I tell you what, it's coming back down. If it comes back down, if it does not break 222.32, I cut the hell out of it because I want to show you it's doing this right here. It's making higher lows. It's wedging right there. So it needs to break. It needs to break the low of this candle right here. All right. So as it's coming down here, it may be safer. Take the profit because it's wedging. And it's going to come out and eventually it's going to break, but it could break to the upside or the downside. You're taking a chance. Or you could trade your stop down. Your stop should be right here, right now. Right there. Hopefully you get a break. If it does, there's a double bottom, could be a triple, and it could actually break through this right here. Oh, one of your targets here, but when you get to this range here, there's a lot of stuff to get through. Yeah. So right now it's not making a new low. Need to break this candle wick here. So when you do it, I always zoom in a little bit and I'll look exactly where the candle wick is. Amazon's still going, son of a bitch. All right, I'd stay in it now. Roku's going short, Etsy going short. Ah. Die. Your next target on this thing right here is going to be right here on this pivot. I'd still put a pretty tight stop on it, to be honest with you. Target's 222. It hit target here. This is your first target right here. So me personally, I probably would have sold it when it got close to it. Right here. There's your target from that pivot. Right there. Yeah. And you can see when it hit that level there, what it started doing, it started chopping sideways. So it come down, hit it, pull it up. It is making lower highs. But usually when I hit target, I just cut it. And what I would do is personally, I would have cut it already. And then when it breaks below this level here, I would short it again. That's just what I do. It's safer. For me, it's safer. I'm going to re-up and plan. SQ needs to make a new low here, or otherwise it's going to reverse and keep going higher. So let's pull up SQ right quick. Always be mindful exactly where the wicks are. AMD's still pushing here. If you took it, AMD's trying to curl too. I mean, not AMD, but Novak's. AMD, you should buy next week's calls. period. SQ breaks low, data be short. SQ breaks this low, be short. Let's pull up the 5 minute on SQ here. It's garbage right now. If it does bounce here, it's gonna go back all the way through this crap here. Right now, if we look at it, there's a low, there's a higher low. It's actually is a higher low. All right. Each time it gets a little bit higher and higher and higher. All right. Every time it bounces, every time it makes a new high, it's going to come back up. First target's here and here. You can take this thing long when it crosses this level right here. All right. The target's only to here, here and here. All right. So to take it long, it needs to cross at least 280, maybe an entry. If it breaks this, the lowest candle here in this group or the low of the day, 277 by 10 cents, it's going to be short. Shop's fixing to go short. AMD still moving here. All right, there's a flip. Let's see what that thing's going to do here. Shop's trying to go short. I mean, it is short, but it's if it needs to break the low today. And it needs to do it by at least $1. There it goes. Shop short here. It's trying to go short. Zooms inside here, the top, the low 25% of the day. Look how volatile these stickers are. Holy shit, I'm at a shop. I'm not playing. At a shop. Took what, about 30 seconds for a couple $100. Now, the big tickers like this right here, I'll buy them deep in the money. 0 DTE, they're cheap as hell. I'll mark in. And then what I'll do is I'll set it right at the ass. If I see something that on a level 2 right below, I'll usually try to set it in range. Very volatile as they fit through there. And depending on how fast I want out, I'll set it below ass as it pushes. I tell you this though, if it starts to come back up, if it breaks above 1534, I'm going to take it long, and the target's going to be the top of this red candle right here, here, and then here.
Like AMD might make a push for a new high.
AMD's nice. It's pretty clean too. So if you took an AMD this morning, you're doing all right. So I cut mine at 70%, got back in it. We're going to target 122.49. So look at here. I want to show you this pattern here. It's the same pattern that happened on SQ yesterday morning at the open. All right, remember, put this, log it, measure it, mark it, paint it, whatever you want to do with it.
It's loud.
I can't hear it.
I don't know why you don't hear it, but it is loud as can be.
I'll mute you. Here's the pattern right here. This thing's been in a pretty good uptrend. Remember, every time premiums on pullback, it had a pretty good pullback yesterday. It was enough to keep this thing on going here. This thing's beautiful. Look at it. Push, pullback, 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 pullback. So it's getting plenty of rest along the way up. Now, every time frame needs its own pullback. So we got one on the weekly. All right. This was it right here. This is the pullback the weekly needed. All right. Now it's coming back through. It's a 3-2. As soon as it crossed the low of these candles here, it's long. And we actually took it sooner on the 5 minute. It's the 4 hour here. I think our target was here. It broke there and it come on up. Now our target's going to be the body of this candle here and the wick. Gap fill, body, body, wick, wick. And the thing is, it can come all the way up here. I've seen them, I've seen it come all the way through this range in one day. So people buy this dip right here. They're buying it on a discount. That's all they're doing. All right, so I've seen a bunch of times where price comes up and takes these stocks out in one day. Also, when you keep an eye on the volume too, it's decreasing, but you want to look at the bodies on this thing. So the bodies are staying about the same. Right now, AMD's long again on a flat top breakout on 5 minute. So even the 5 minute breaks are important. So let's pull the 5 minute up. I'll show you. Maximize, annotate. Draw. All right here. 10 candles there. That's a flat top. All right here. The whole thing is. This is all the compound inside bar here. It broke out of right here. You saw this, that is sideways here and broke out of here, which is a 2-1, 2-1. And guess what? Now we got another 2. It's probably going to go up a little bit and then start to chop sideways again. And then it'll break out again. Each time it breaks out of a zone, it becomes support. All right, your stop is clear. Your stop is clearly marked. All right, so your stop is on the strongest. Here's your stop. All right, your stop is on the strongest support resistance. Shop broke retest is short here. All right, on the 15, a retest in the it's one short.
Lulu's trying to push up.
Oh yeah, Lulu's good. Yeah, so Lulu's long right this damn second. Target's gonna be the body of the 15. All right, your support goes on this. When you're long, it goes on the closest support. The more candles you can stack together in a line, you want to put this stop on the body minus 10 cents. You can do 20 cents. AMD 10 cents is plenty. All right, so I put it right there, minus 10 cents. And if you look at it too, let me clear this. I want to show you something that's even more important. It's important for your stop placement. So, look right here. Your stop's right here. Let me drop it better. Right here. On those bodies, minus 10 cents, because price expands on these support levels, guys. That's why you get 10 cents. If I was to zoom in right here, you would see if you put your stop right here, where it normally goes, where you always thought it goes, right here, you've been stopped out. This candle right here would have stopped you out. But if you put it on the closest support or resistance, depending on which way you're going, and minus 10 cents or 20 cents, it would have stayed in there easily. Shop short again here, guys. Amazon breaks the low day, it's short. Try to shop again here.
Hey Jerry, I got a question for you.
Go ahead.
So for these big tickers, how do you beat the spread?
Oh man, I love the spread.
Because I've tried it a few times, and most of the time I end up negative as soon as I enter.
Yeah, okay, it's all about where you enter. I'll show you. I'm gonna try to get at a shop right quick. Click over there. It's all about where you enter. So when you enter, we always enter on the 5 minute. We enter at a place where there's a fine line. So I'm at a shop there. There's a fine line where price, holy shit, it's crazy. That's incredible. I love a wide spread. Let me pull up shop right quick and I'll show you exactly. When you enter on the 5 minute, there's a fine line where you enter. Your enter has got to be perfect. Your entry is just as important as your exit. When you enter, let me clear this out of the way. I want to show you. Your entry, your timing is everything. All right, so here's a 5 minute. Very important. On this right here, when it wicked up here, it actually wicked up on the 15. On the 15 minute, here's what it looked like. It came down, it came back up, retested, and went short, right? So it's a break, a retest, and went short. You could have took it here. All right, when it retested, all right, I scalped it here. It came back up, all right, so it went inside on this candle here.
Right.
At that point, when it starts going up, they don't know if it's going to go up or down. So the people selling these things, the spread tightens up as neither side knows which way it's going to go. And when that happens, the spreads they actually tighten up just a little bit. All right. Sometimes Tesla's short as hell right here.
So
Tesla's
you
short.
buy it on the pullback, or do you wait for it to again?
As soon as it starts to break. Tesla's short
Okay.
here, guys.
Okay.
Now the key is, here's the key. If you look, when you start doing this, pay attention to the level 2. You'll see these things spread. So when this thing comes up on any ticker and it pulls back, it goes inside. As soon as it starts to come back down, the buying and the selling kind of slow down. They don't know which direction it's going to go.
Right.
So the spread, it decreases in size. As soon as it starts to cross, that's when you hit. And I mark it in. You know what I mean? I'm not scared to mark it in whatsoever.
Right.
Now, how you take advantage of it? As prices coming down, you're going to have your active trader up. You're going to have level 2 up. All right. And
Right.
as price comes down, you're going to be looking at level 2 near the base of it. Let me pull it up.
Okay, gotcha. So you're watching the level 2.
Yeah, I'm watching level 2.
Okay.
Let me pull this up. I think I'll show you. Expand it. Let me throw a contract in here. This is Etsy here. No, that's shop. Yeah. All right. So what I'm doing is, see how it's kind of spready right here.
Yep.
I'm watching the base. I'm watching the bottom of this thing, right? So see
Right.
them 30s go through there?
Yeah.
Now, when price is pushing your direction, right, you're going to have more buys on the ask side. So the key is you can't be greedy, especially on the big tickers. You can't be greedy. You got to be in and out really quickly. And so what I'm doing is price is pushing, the spread widens. But here's the thing: the bid doesn't increase; it's the ask. All right, because as more people buy, they start throwing crazy spread. I'm going to explain exactly how it works. So when the thing goes in your direction, the bid stays the same. It's the ask that increases. So the people selling these contracts, they start throwing these crazy prices on there, right? And you know that when they see the price move, if they're a little bit late, right?
Yeah.
It's
Can
like
you plug
FOMO.
the puts? Sorry, the puts.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. So when it broke out here, started going down, the ask immediately got higher and higher and higher. See these 1420s, 1150s down there?
Yep.
What happens is people are chasing the damn thing, right? It's FOMO, the
Yeah.
fear of missing out. When they start going up in price, I start looking, and it happens very quickly. You'll start seeing these high orders come through, and it's first come, first serve. So if somebody orders 20 blocks, all these get sold. All right, from the cheapest to the biggest, and they sell them in the order that they come in.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of manipulation there, but when you see like this 1430, if you see it start sending through there, and say it's 990 and 1250, then I'll put an order in at like 1050. I'll split the difference. If it's moving down really quickly, then I'll set an order 10 or 20 cents below the biggest asking price.
Right.
Right. And then and a lot of times it'll just send through instantly. And then what happens, you're catching a gamma spike. So the people that are racing to get in, the people that are chasing it, they're FOMO on, you're selling, you're getting top dollar for it. Right. So as soon as they get in, they're negative, they're down instantly. So it's all about timing. You don't want to be the one that's chasing it, because you're going to be you're going to get the crappiest feel you possibly can get. So it's all about where you enter at. So your timing on your entry is everything.
So let me get this right. So right now it was at 14, right? At 930. So as soon as the number at 930 is chipped off to say 1 or 2, then that's the time you put in your entry and get in, correct?
Yeah, let me pull it up there. I want to make sure that you're saying it correctly. Okay. Now at what time?
Not the time. I was talking about the price in there.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you'll see the price on level 2 start to increase. or not increase, but decrease.
Yeah, yeah,
level
yeah,
two?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And if, well, let's see. Let's pull up shop on the, because price is starting to come back up right now. Let's pull it up on, actually on Amazon, because Amazon's trying to 2 back up here. And it's kind of late for the party. We need to catch this spread as there's a transition period, right? Because it needs to be at an equilibrium. It needs to be at a point where they don't know if it's going to go up. They don't know if it's going to go down.
Right.
And it's at that point of indecision that the spread gets really tight because they don't know which way it's going to go. They have no clue. So that really tightens it up. And even on something as big as Amazon, when it's at that point, and if I was you, I'd practice. I would just sit there and watch the level 2. When there's a transition period, when there's a pullback or a reversal. Reversals are the best when the spreads get wide and when they get shorter. Right now, there's a well, just a second ago, it's a 50-cent spread right here. Right now, it's 75-cent spread as price starts to reverse it. So right now, on this chart here, there's indecision because it pushed up. Now it's starting to pull back. Now it's starting to widen. But if it starts to come back up, as soon as it starts to cross here, that spread will get wider or smaller. Sorry. It's at the point. Got a kid. It's really weird, but I'm telling you, Tesla's gonna go short right here. Add to it. Crowd's fixing to go short. But it's at that point where it starts to tighten.
And you enter at ask, right?
No,
Sorry, market.
Market. Yeah, 100% every single time. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then if I go to add, sometimes I'll mark it. Sometimes I'll try to get in the ask.
Okay.
Or something. Test is short here, guys.
Well, I'll try it out, Jerry, and I'll let you know how it goes.
Yeah. Just watch it as you're sitting here, looking at the market. HQ trying to go short here.
All right. Thanks a lot, Jerry. Thank you. You're awesome, man.
Thank you, sir. SQ's trying to go short right now. CRWD's trying to go short right this second. And Amazon breaks low today, it's short. Amazon trying to go short again. Amazon, what a damn play, boys. This is short here, guys. You're missing out.
Hey, Jay, I got next week's AMD calls.
Okay, so down here, 212 down. Break rejection. AMD calls for next week. You're cutting out, my friend. Your stop.
About a minute. That was directed in here based on the chart.
I'm sorry, you cut out a lot.
Yeah, I cut out. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I bought next week's calls, but I just cut it about 2 minutes ago, just trying to see if you agreed with.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, you did right too, because I'll tell you where your stop's at. Your stop was right there, minus 10 cents, right? Obey your stops religiously. So you did very well. Yeah. Because look right here. I want to tell you where your first sign of weakness is right here. That candle made a lower high here. Anytime you see that, anytime you see a price pushing up and you see it making a lower high, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to reverse, but it's an area that you need to pay attention to. You got to pay attention to it. Amazon trying to go short again. Needs to break low today. Tesla's still kicking ass. 2 ads on there. SQ short. Crowd short here, guys. A lot of stuff's going short. Airbnb breaks below that 50 or the low of the day, which takes the 60 pivot down short. Okay, hang on. Costco's trying to go short. Salvo's trying to go short. D-Dog's going to go short here in a second. It breaks low of the day. Target gap fill. Crowd's still puking in. Ooey. Let's take a look at VIX. VIX is a doji. SPY trying to come back down. Big wick down. QQQ's dying. Yeah, you did well. Look here. Anytime, especially if you have a smaller account, obey your stops. don't, you're gonna do no good hoping that price is gonna bounce back up. Fuck it, get rid of it. Take your money and run. And same thing, if you're in something that starts to reverse against you and hit your stops are important. They give you the greatest chance of success. That price might turn around. All right. And if it fails, if it breaks your stop, just cut it. You can always hop back in, or you can live the trade the next day. Don't let it keep going lower thinking that it might reverse. It might, but that's the worst thing that could ever happen is you turn a big, huge loser into a winner. That sucks. That's you have set yourself up for failure. This is short here, guys. Fair short. Now, if you took Tesla short there, it's a $5 move. Target's still $700. I'm gonna go ahead and start selling my Tesla here. I've added. I'm gonna sell the shit out of it. So I'm at a Tesla right here. I'm not even gonna play with it. Why am I selling it? It's close to my fucking target. Can it go a lot lower? Hell yeah, it can. Do I care? No. Don't care. Here's why. Let's pull up to 60. I want to show you. Target. Here, body, wick. All right. Body, wick. Now, target's here. What do we want to do? We want to sell into strength. You want to sell it as it's pushing down. All right. Because it could make a higher low and start to come back through. Remember, this thing has been chopping for weeks. All right, it did break out. Now it's starting to consolidate sideways again. Again, if it breaks through the pivot and we get some kind of pullback or retest, we'll take it short again. I will not hesitate to take this thing short again below this level. And the target at that point will be body, wick, gap fill. All right. Now, how you take advantage of these bigger spreads is you sell the ask. Amazon short. Amazon is short. How you take advantage of these big spreads is you sell the damn ask. Sometimes you can hop in a ticker to get a good feel and sell the ask immediately and be up $60 on one tick. Ticks down in your direction, one penny. You can be filled instantly at the top, not the top, but at ask. The Amazon short here. Let's look at Tesla on the 5-minute here. The key is I sell before I get to my target. All right, as it's coming to target, I want to sell it in the strength. Remember that. I'm never greedy with this shit. Why they're trying to go short. All right, now look, it's a pretty good push. That's a pretty good push down right there. So on a 5-minute there, it could just be a pullback to the downside for the night. I don't want to take a chance. Shop short here. Gosh. I'm still puking. Lulu short, target's going to be pivot low 60. Shop is short. All right, it's a pretty good move on Tesla right here. This could just be a pullback to the downside. First pullback, there's a break, retest. Break and retest are very, very powerful. All right, this could be a sort of a reversal or a pullback to the downside. Probably gonna be a pullback to the downside. If I had to guess, it would be a guess. Without confirmation, we don't know. If without a confirmation, we're guessing. That's how we're doing. All right. These things I can pull back around 30% to 50% and 61.8 to 100. Anytime you see a break and a pullback, a retest, and then it goes short. You take it when it crosses the low of the pullback or the retest there. Pullback short right there. Also, I'm gonna tell you this too. This is the range. Anytime you get outside of range, the price moves a lot quicker. It moves a lot smoother. All right, it trends outside of range. Anytime you're in this here, anything can happen. It's unpredictable. And anytime I'm inside of range like this right here, I'm probably just gonna be scalping unless I get some big red candles. So if this thing happened to break here, I would have took it, I would have targeted it here. Anytime you get outside of range, price is gonna move a lot smoother. Almost. It's easier to go through nothing or a few candles over here trending than it is to go through this bunch of candles and this bunch of candles. All right. So anything between pivot high and pivot low is a compound one, a range, a chop. Sideways action. Amazon still keeping. Wow, damn beast. Shop still pushing down too, guys. Amazon. Tell you what, it's breaking this 3340. Guess where the next target is? The bottom of this big ass green candle here. Make sure below this. We got to make sure it's not expansion, but it's made a lower high here. On the 60 there, that's triple top rejection. It's making lower highs come back through range. This is all range here. All right. It hit first target there. Next target's going to be the body of this big green candle, 3213. Price can quickly push through there. Come on, shot. Kick me out. Kick me out. At a shop. Okay, so breaks low today, be short again. SQ puke. Shit, Roku short. I'm surprised that's ain't short. SQ short, CRWD made a nice push there. Zoom short, Airbnb's gonna go short when it breaks the low of the day. Here we go. Fiverr's got a double bottom here. If it breaks 171.50, it's gonna be short. Look at Crab. Look at SQ. What a beast. Novak's just chopping sideways. He's not doing nothing. SQ is going to be short again when it crosses 275.50. And look what it's doing over here on the 60-minute. What do we have over here? Amazon still puking. We got a big old huge green candle, and price can quickly come down to here. There's nothing from stopping it. Crowd's coming on down. Crowd's doing the same thing. These tickers, a lot of them, they start looking the same. Shopify, damn. All right, crap, we got a Momo shooter down here. They're still coming on down. It's a PMG, target's 250. Shopify. Whew. Ugly, ugly. Shopify's next target's going to be 1498. Look at this thing. Whew. There's a tweezer top on the weekly. Momo shooter down. This son of a bitch can come down to 1425. 4-hour target 1487. Daily target 1400. Nice job on those Tesla puts, my friend. PayPal, so that's Peachcake 1, Chris. Nice. Now Tesla puts. Yeah, them Tesla puts are nice. Shop's still short here. Amazon's still short. Again, Tesla breaks for the day at short. Baidu's coming down. Amazon ain't gonna stop. Let's see shop pushed again here. The volume increase on this thing. Ridiculous. Again, Amazon has got the target on it 33.15. To get there, I don't know. Good. And shop's got a long ways to go too. there is some support around 1507 and then 1500. Ooh, the video's fixing to go short here. Amazon. Shit. All right, taking money on Amazon. Gosh. Amazon ain't stopping here. I don't know what to say. It's crazy. Every day bucks. Let's see. I'm holding off here. Shop just went short again here. Tesla's dying. Folks, there's a problem going on. Crab, Momo shooter down. Add to it. Roku, add to it. Tesla puking. The video's short now. The video's short. All right, you got an Amazon here. All right, I've got to stop on Amazon. We can't stay a bit longer. This thing moved $12. The video's short here, guys. Tesla's short. Baidu's short. Damn, look at Tesla.
I think everything's short right now.
Hell yeah. Tesla's breaking through 60 pivot. Next target's going to be 699. And then gap fill. Shop. Gosh. Man, the market's dying, son.
I've been riding Roku down from 410.10 was my entry.
Really?
Yeah. I was only risking the ADR, which was 411.49. So I was only risking $500. I had 500 shares. I still have 300 shares left.
Jerry, what's your downside target on NVIDIA now?
Shit. Tesla keeps going here. I see 687, guys. NVIDIA. Man. There's a little bit of support right here at 202. It's breaking through that. Next, well, target's always going to be the pivots, 198. Next support level, our next target is 201.39. A little bit of support there. And then 198. Absolutely incredible there. Tesla up 20% instantly. CRWD, Momo shooter down. I'm surprised. You know what surprised me is Etsy just sitting there sideways, not doing nothing. Not even reacting.
Did that yesterday for like 3 hours.
Yeah. Yeah. Etsy's got the better looking time frame, the higher time frame. And and Roku's don't look so hot. Roku looks short, and then it went back and filled that gap yesterday. It just retail. All it did is, well, let's pull it up. Roku broke, and then it pulled back up the gap fill. All it did is retest and push back down, which is nice. So.
Yeah, my target on Roku is 390.
So it's a 212. Well, target was always going to be here, always sell into it. You can see it came right up to it. We're pulling back. Now it's just it's just a broke gap down retest, came back up, retested 2 times, up double top really, and now it's coming back down. Target now is here, a wick, body, and then ultimately pivot line. Now we gotta be careful in this area right here because it can do this. It could make a higher level and come back up. But Roku, when you look at Roku on the higher time frames, this damn thing's dying. It's just straight up dying. So the possibilities of it coming down here is pretty high. When did you get into Roku? Tesla.
I entered at 410.10 is my entry. I covered 200 shares when it hit 400, and it was 400 and
there goes Tesla, guys.
400.95 is when I covered 200 shares, and now I have 300 left. But I think it can go to 390 today. But I've got a tight stop. I'm probably not going to let it go back up above 396.45.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. Let me pull up the 5 minute. I'll tell you exactly where it could be. Yeah, just up there. Your best stop will be at 396.70.
Okay. Yeah. So we were only about 25 cents different. Yep. That's what I was kind of figuring, between 396.45 and 397. So yeah.
But you can put it anywhere you want. It just happens to pull back to that. There's some support resistance there. So if it pull back to there, it gives you the greatest chance of staying in the trade.
Yeah.
But yeah, this thing target's going to be, the current target is, oh, still 391. 391. Tesla. The video, keep going there. The girl that's in the video, tighten your stops up on it. The video, puke. Now, let me show you where we got the entry on this right here. I need to start showing more entries. How and why. All right, I'm always looking at the 15-minute chart here. This thing chopped garbage, right? As soon as it broke the low here, it went short. So look here, it came down, it pulled back into the zone. So retest, as soon as it crossed right here, at this point, all right, you wanted to short it here. But as soon as it went back up in there and retest, it went inside down here on a lot of volume. So it went solid, wasn't all wiki. It was short here. And we're going to target the pivot low here and the base of these candles, and then whatever next pivot low is on the higher time frames. It's a measure move candle right here. So if you use a measure that, let's see, we'll measure it right now. 2.4, 2.05 a dollar. 2.4, 2.3. So it went way past that. I would tap my stops up. If it breaks above 202.70, I cut it. A lot of times the market pukes really fast, only to give it back up. So. Especially on Fridays. I'll show you where your stops are today. Show on a 50 or the 5 minute chart here, right above this candle here, 10 cents, 202.68, so 202.58. Sometimes a hammer can be deceiving, I want to tell you that. I've seen them come down, form a big hammer, right? Come back up the next candle, only to turn around in reverse. All right, so just because you see a hammer doesn't mean it's the first sign it's going to start reversing. It can, I'm not saying it can't. Some of the hammers are the best signals. If this thing decides to reverse here, it can come up and retest this level only to puke lower. That's why if it comes back up, if it reverses 2 here, 2 down, 2 up, targets only the pivot. And what's really weird is he had a simultaneous break across the market, and yet VIX is just sitting there doing nothing. It's even red. It was slowly coming down that pivot 60. D-Dog don't want to fill that gap. Bob has been puking all day. Let's pull up Bala right quick. Bala. So just because you see a hammer, don't mean it's really bullish off the bat. Bala right here, we see it break. It retested the pivot, trying to go short. It is short, actually, right at this moment. It's been short for most of the day. Let's look at the 15. The 15 minute looks beautiful, and so does the 30. So chop sideways. As soon as it crossed right here this morning, it was short. Instantly the target being here. It really made it to the target. It went inside, higher up. As soon as it broke the low of the day, it was short again. And you could actually take it when it crossed here, target being here. Right now it's 2. All right, and then this kind of goes inside, which was green. All right, so I want to show you something too. When you see a candle down or up, it don't matter. The next candle goes inside, so it's supposed to be green. As soon as it goes back red and crosses here, it's short. All right, so 2, 1, 2, break. Tesla trying to come back down. So Tesla was a hammer on the 15. So anytime you see a hammer, you know, I love a 2-2 hammer back up, but keep an eye on it. That's all I can tell you. You don't automatically want to hit it long because it's a hammer. You need confirmation. So if you see a hammer on the 15, here's a hammer right here on the 15-minute chart. Right? Boom, hammer. It could open and go 2 down, 2 up hammer. Right? On the 5-minute, if you saw that, you'd want to see at least 1 pullback to the upside, if not 2. Right? And that's how you can tell if it's a reversal or a continuation. It's making new highs and new lows. Right? You want to see a trend change on the lower time frames. And that's how you can tell this from reversal.
So Jerry, so you're saying the hammer on the 15-minute is more reliable than the hammer on the 5-minute, and it might be better to wait.
Yeah, well, I mean, I love a hammer as long as it's a 2 down, 2 up. But yeah, the hammer on the 15 is a lot better signal than on the 5-minute. But still, you still have to get confirmation on the 5-minute. So on the 5-minute, let's pull up the 5-minute right now because there's a hammer on the 15 on Tesla. Here's the 5-minute, what it looks like. So in order to take that hammer long, you want confirmation. The confirmation comes by change of trend. So you want to see it start making new highs. Here's your first pullback to the upside. All right, so it needs to clear this one to make a new high. And at least one more would be nice, at least one. But again, you know, if this thing starts to reverse, we've got set rules for it. It needs to be 25% above this range of candles here. And it is. And then here's the closest support resistance, because that level there is actually, if you take it early, if you take it here, that would be your target. But if you're going to take it long, we don't want to guess exactly where the bottom is. We want to look for support resistance break. So hammers are nice, but we need confirmation. Let's pull up shop right now because we got a hammer 2 down, 2 up on the shop right for a second. Here's shop. Now shop's 2 down, 2 up. All right, so it's a hammer trying to come back up. See here? All right. There's a 2 down, 2 up. Target's going to be here. And really it's going to be the top of this body and then here because it could retest and go short again. If you're in this thing long, I'd probably sell going into this candle or at least the pivot there. Let me pull up the 5-minute because we want confirmation that the price is pushing up. And when you get confirmation reversal by new highs and new lows. So right here, price comes up, pulls back a little bit, pushes up. Here's a second pullback. Let me pull this the other way. Here's your hammer. Price comes up, pulls back a little bit, goes up. Second pullback, right? Target's gonna be here. So it's long. It actually went long right here. Those price went inside and up. So there's a 212 and 2 candles. Targets here. Your safer entries is when it crosses here. And really, if you want to be exact, the top of this wick here. You always want to have your target in mind and your stops in mind before you take a trade. Again, it went long here. Once you get better at finding these things, it's long here and targets here. But you always want to have them in place where you take anything. You want to know, if I'm chancing losing, $50. I'm gonna go right $50, for my Mustang. Am I, hang on a second. If I'm taking a chance on losing, $50, $60, how much am I going to be gaining? So you want to make sure that you can gain a lot more than you can lose. Yeah. So Schaff is reversing here. Gonna come back up. Second issue when it crosses here. Support resistance. And that level will be here. But you always want to look at the whole picture and stuff too. So it's reversing. You just had a really good puker here. And there's a few places, this could just be a pullback to the downside on the higher time frame. So let's look at, so you always want to look at all time frames. Every single time frame. We got a big hammer right here on the 30. But it's been in a pretty good downtrend there. It came close to bouncing off this 1500 level. So it could just kind of support there and try to come back up. I know. It is pushing though. And if it does that, we'll get a reversal all the way across the board here. Airbnb's coming up pretty fast. We got a 2 down, 2 up on CRWT trying to push up. Roku trying to 2 down, 2 up. SQ trying to 2 down, 2 up. A lot of everything is. DDOG, PayPal, Zoom. They're market wide. They're all looking very similar to each other. Again, that's a pretty good flush right there. So let's pull this up on 15. Come on, okay. All right. So far that's a 38% pullback. So it's going to just be a pullback here to the downside. Let's pull that 5 minute. All righty. Price come down. Nice pullback. come on down, pull back the downside, hammers it up, pull back. So we have a trend reversal here, comes back up. Again, this could just be a pullback to the downside here. Is a major one. That's a pretty good push right here. Or this could be a pullback to the upside. Tell you this though, entry is very clear. The 2 down, 2 up here. So we're getting pullback. If this is just a pullback to the upside here, it goes long as soon as it crosses the peak right here, or this wick of this candle, and still target the body, wick, and body pivot. All right. See, the 5-minute always gives you early entry in this stuff, because you can tell if it's going to continue or reverse. So what about the 5-minute? So right now, pullback to the downside or a pullback to the upside. The thing about the simultaneous break is that there's always going to be one lead and one lag, which tells me, you know, if we're looking at all these tickers here, we can see one break first. We're watching. It tells you in a direction if it's going to reverse again. SQ just got a bunch of 315 call buying for next week. It's a bullish on the ass side, like well, Arcon, crypto, anti-Fed payment. Yeah. What's that? Okay, yeah. It just came in 4 minutes ago. It's SQ. See what's going on. Again, this could be a pullback to the downside here. We got to see how wide this range is right here on SHAP. So it's 15, 10. All right, it's about $9. All right. If SHAP breaks 1507, it's gonna be short. The target's gonna be low today. It'll be good for $6 here. All right. So that's how we play. That's how I play the 2 twos. I want to pull up the SQ here and say, let me show you on 5 minutes. This is how I scout. So it's gonna be a pullback to downside here. If it crosses right here, I'll take it short, the target being here. Ultimately, I'm going to target the low of the day. And it can break on through. The reason I target the low of the day because it could double bottom here and start to chop sideways. I want it to be a quick move. Right? Right. And these actually support resistance. That's why I want to be below that stuff for sure. 1507. Wait a second. I will. And then you can alert on the top of this peak here, because if it breaks that peak, that's a pullback to the upside, a reversal. And ultimately, your target's going to be a pivot low as usual, but these big red candles are money because price can quickly push back through them. If SHAP comes on down, nobody's going to come back down too. SWKS is pushing that pretty good here. And Lulu's almost at that target there. Is cost keeps peeking in. Whenever you enter a ticker, you always want to look at the higher time frames, and you want to look at all time frames, frankly. Let's break it 212 down. It had support right here at 430 or 440. You see it pushed up and retesting, coming on back down here. You always want to look for any kind of close support resistance though on this thing. And you got to also understand that this thing is a ripper. It does have consistent pullbacks on it, which is nice. All right. It's that room or the breath it needs before it keeps pushing up. This thing is in beast mode. So this thing will get bought up. You know, we want to know about it too. So what you can do is set alerts on the top side. Every once in a while, move it down. I'm watching, so I don't have to. But if you don't have extra screens, that's what you would do. You would look at it and then you would mark it. SQ. SQ. All right, SQ. See right now, I'm going to show you how powerful these pivots are. This ain't been moving down today, but look at it. Right now, it's breaking and retesting the pivot. So you see, price came down, pushed up, is rejected off of it 1, 2, 3, 4 times. It's a pretty strong ass resistance though there in it. Can't go up, got to go down. If it crosses below this wick right here, it is short immediately. All right, so look here, price pushed down, came up, rejected. Not just once, but twice, 3, 4 times. All right, just because it rejects here don't mean that it's short yet. It needs to break this low. It looks like this right here.
Hey, Jerry, can you look at Starbucks?
Yep. Starbucks is no trade right now. It's a 1 inside of 60, right smack in the middle.
Yeah, on the daily, it says RevStrat. Oh, okay, so there's a 3 after a 1. It looks
Yeah.
like. Sorry.
Now on Starbucks, look at the 15. It's got a double bottom on it from yesterday, but it's making lower. It's making lower highs. If you look at it, it's a compound inside bar, but it's stuck right in the center, like it's a no man's land.
Okay, thanks.
You're very welcome. Just be careful with it. It'd be nice to short it, but it needs to break today's low. It's just really choppy right the second. All right, guys. Shop breaks the high of that last 15-minute candle. It's gonna be long. So we got a pullback, guys. So we get a nice pullback to the upside here. These things will start reversing back to the upside. So. All right, let me show you this pattern. Price comes down here, pulls up, retest, trying to go back down. Okay, just a pattern. There's a lot of stuff in the way here. If it crosses below this candle wick right here by 10 or 20 cents, it is short. All right, if it crosses this candle wick here, maybe short. Of course, you can target individual candle, but really, you always want to target the wave. You always want to target the wave. So for short term, you can always target individual candles, but we always really want to target the, the low and high of the wave. The low of this wave would be here. Right? The top of it would be here, but we don't take topic or target at the bottom reverse. We don't want to guess it. So again, it needs to break this right here by 10 or 20 cents, and it'll be short. Because price can't go up, right? It's tried to go up 4 times and it's rejected each time. That's very strong. It was support. See there, it touched it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times, 7 times. And now it's become resistance. Very, very strong. Let me show you something on shop right quick. Sometimes, especially later in the day, it's after 11 o'clock right now. What'll happen is price will fail to make a new high. They'll start to range. They consolidate, it'll flag out. So let me show you right quick on this thing. There's all kinds of stuff. That's why it's important to have screen time. So this thing came down, pulled back. We got a nice pullback here, trying to go higher. It could make a lower high and then start to go sideways until it breaks out. And when it breaks out, it could go up or it could break to the downside. That's why chop is so dangerous, because you don't know which way it's going to break. It could go either way. Remember that. If you're inside a chop, It go either way. HD breaks the pivot on the 15 here. It's short. Target's going to be pivot low 60. All right. All this is right here, the compound inside bar. All right. This is chop. What we're doing right now on shop right now is chopping around. Oh, what's she doing? Chopping. Myrna trying to 2-2 back up. Needs to break the pivot on the 15 and the 30. Right. We never guessed the bottom, folks. Confirmation. All right. Target. I can tell you exactly where your entries are, though. 10 cents above this wick here. Target's going to be, first target's going to be here. Ultimately, we're always targeting pivots, always. Because let me show you something. Here's the wave right here. Comes up. There's the bottom of it. There. And this wave here, from the pivot, from the point here to the bottom point here, all this is a compound inside bar. So the wave, all this stuff here between the high and the low is just a chop. It's just an inside bar. That's all it is. It's chop. So here's the wave right here. Right now it's chopping. And that wave could really go anyway. So price comes down. All right, what's it doing now? It's trying to make the lower high here. All right. So you can take the low when it crosses here. So entry is above here, 10 cents, or below here, 10 cents. All right. If it crosses below there, target's going to be here and here. Low of the day. Let me draw it. See it making lower highs here. Besides that, this thing is sideways. Sideways. As it constricts the target's or potential profit gets smaller and smaller as it starts to tighten up, and that's what it's doing, is tightening up. Breaks here, it's short. It breaks here, it's long. Easy peasy breezy. All right, let's pull up Myrna, because Myrna's trying to reverse here. You always want to look at the higher time frames first, always. So you want to know what it's been doing. If it's been an uptrend, if it's pretty strong, all of a sudden it's starting to pull back, you know, it could just be a pullback to the upside as people take profits on it. You always want to know exactly what it's doing. It allows you to interpret what it's doing on lower time frames. Say a ticker's been pushing up really good on the month, and all of a sudden it starts to pull back, it starts reversing. Well, it's pretty safe to assume that it may not continue to reverse. It could just be a profit taking. All right. That's like in Costco and Lou. Beautiful higher time frames. It's pulling back today. That don't, you know, that could, to me, it's just telling me, you know, it's profit taking. And I want to be there when it starts to reverse to go back to the top, because it quickly can recover very quickly. Myrna's been in a pretty good uptrend here. It had a pullback, nice pullback last month. It finished green, and it's pulling back right this second. You see, it's whenever these things pull back here. Let me show you on the daily here. All right. If you notice on the daily here, every time this thing starts to pull back pretty hard, even though it's in a good uptrend, it's led by a wick, a big shooter. All right. Starts to wick out here, and then it starts to wick here. Let me move this other way. See a smaller wick there? It's a sign. There's a problem. So it goes from hardly no wicks to a medium, you know, a pretty good size wick. The next day, big wick. It tells you there's a problem. So anytime you see a candle start to wick out the top, here, I'll give you some more tips here. So you see tickers start pushing up and the bodies start getting smaller. All right, it tells you there's a decrease in volume. All right. Also, if you see candles start to wick out, all right, the wicks are getting bigger. That tells you there's exhaustion risk that price is starting to roll over. So here, you know, the bodies are pretty nice, but now we're getting wicks. So hardly any wick, a little smaller, a medium, And now we got a bigger wick. That tells you the first time there's a problem going on. Now, is this thing going to turn around and go all the way back down? It probably won't. It could. All right. There's always a potential that it could. But it's safe to assume if it's going to go lower on the day, it could go a lot lower. You want to look at the average body size, all right, and it kind of gives you an average of the movement per day. All right, the potential move. All right, so not only average but potential. You know, could it move this much in a day? Well, look at the body size. Look at the average movement for each day. All right, so there's a data. Anyway, every pullback's led by a wick that's bigger than normal. All right, keep that in mind. All right now on Myrna, it is reversing here as it expands through range. Every time frame is important. Right here, price comes down. It broke the retest, so it broke through target. Now where's the target at? Right here. Right here. Let me show you something else. On the higher time frame, remember, price expands on the pivots. All right, they expand the upside, they expand the downside, they even expand the downside on the highs. It doesn't matter. You always understand that they expand. All right, on all of them, even on minor support resistance levels. All right, so price expanded here. It could have went down. It could have pulled back, retested here, and then went short, but it didn't. All right, that's function. It's getting bullish here. It breaks out, pulls back, goes higher. All right. So this thing came down, pushing back through. You could have took it long when it crossed right here. The target's very shallow though. Now you want to see it close above this pivot right here. As it starts to reverse, it'd be nice to see it close above even a small retest. If it's a strong uptrend here, it don't even have to get close to touch it. It can come back just a little bit and then push up. So what we're waiting on to take entry in this thing is a close above it, some kind of pullback. So say this thing goes green, all right, and then next candle opens, it goes inside, and as it starts to come back up, it'll start to wick. All right, that's what's beautiful about hammers and Momo hammers. The hammer in itself is a rest. It's a rest for that next leg up. So, you know, for a price to continue up or down consistently, they need a rest. All right. Again, this is what's important about expansion. All right, we know price expands to the top side and to the bottom. It expands to the bottom if they try to come back up. The reason you want to be aware of expansion to the top side is this: price pushed up through there. All right, it could come down and retest it, and then push right back down. Okay. You always gotta be thinking of 15 steps and all the possibilities that each of these stickers do. Amazon breaks low of the day here. It's going to be short. CRWD 2-2 back up. Etsy 2-2 back up. Roku trying to 2-2 back up. If it breaks the prior 15-minute candle high, it's going to be long. Same thing with Shop. Shop breaks that long, it's going to be long. All right. You always have to be thinking of all the steps ahead. All right. You'll be thinking 5 or 10 steps ahead, and you got to combine all the higher time frames with it. All right, 5, 15, 30, 60, daily, 4 hour, all that shit. All right, you gotta be able to combine the whole picture. All right. Let's see, 11:42. We got 3 minutes left, and this next candle probably gonna open inside. All right, we get to close above it. If it breaks the high of this candle right here by 10 cents, it's long. Ultimately, we're gonna target the pivot high. All right. You want to see that wave going up. As it comes up, you'll target body wick, body wick. Right? Now, say this thing came down and they had a big ass candle. That's money. Because price will quickly come up through here. Right? It's got some nice stops stacked in here, big wick there, a little bit of support resistance in this level, so there could be a small hiccup. Price can come up there, pull back, and then shoot on off there. The video trying to come up. NVIDIA's been so choppy today, I wouldn't mess with it. It was a nice short though. If you tighten your stops on it, you should have made pretty good money. Let's close this out here. CRWD. So they don't all pull back and continue higher. Sometimes they do. So let's look at, all right, here's your 2 down, 2 up on CRWD. Target's going to be 261, of course. The first target's the toughest red candle. Let me show you what I'm looking at all the time. It's a 15. All right, here's what I say. Nice short here. Price goes down, retest it. And again, price expands on these, the downside and the upside. And look here, this price came down, it pulled right back up through range, right? So it retested, but it whipped up to it, right? It expanded. Yeah, let me show you. You got to remember this, so keep you safe. Price expanded through the range. All right, so it came down. It went right back through range. It pulled back there, and it came right back down. All right, so as soon as it came back down, it crossed below this candle right here. I'm going to show you a signal. It's the entry right here. Price came down, pull back. All right, as soon as it crossed this candle here, as soon as it crossed below this candle right here, it was a short instant when it crossed right here. All right, down, pull back, went inside, down. And on top of that, it's a retest of the pivot. So it's just number information. See there? That is the resistance now. Remember it, study it, practice it, make you some charts. Anyway, price come on down here. We got a 2, all right, hammer. It pulls up, 1 pullback, 2 pullbacks. All right, as soon as it crosses here, about 20 cents is long. Target's gonna be here, 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 here. Now, we always ultimately going to target the pivots, and here's why. Price is coming down today. It could pull back up, retest it again, and go short. This is one candle. This is the safest way right here. It's roll base, 25% from the base. I know it's less than 25%, and then pick the strongest support resistance. This will keep you out of trouble here. Right here, the closest above the 25%, you're going to look for the closest support resistance above 25% from the base of the candle, which is just below, would be here. All right, add 10 cents to it. Once you get better, you can take early entry. Right here would have been an entry. All right, once you get good at it, all right, I want to keep you safe. Targets here, 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 here. Well, I always want to get you the safest entry with a set of rules. Stick to your rules and keep you out of trouble. Etsy's reversing it. All right, first thing you want to do, look at all the time frames. Always look at your higher time frames. You don't see me seeing that, looking at the higher time frames a lot, but trust me, I know them. I trust them. I know them. I know all the higher time frames. On the ones I watch every day anyway. Right here on the Etsy on the 4-hour here and the daily, we see price expand through here. It actually came back down and touched the prior pivot high over here too. Expanded and touched. Price pushed up and gap down. Try to fill the gap, couldn't quite do it. It's in a downtrend. Now it's 212, trying to reverse back up. All right, slowly doing it. I'm gonna go ahead. All right, on Amazon here, I mean on Etsy, the only problem with Etsy right now is it gapped down, pushed up to about 50%. Now it's slowly coming down. It's a slow mover. It's a slow mover. It's reversing. The only problem with this thing is your targets right here. All right. It could take a long time to get there. It's really sideways right here. It's not moving that much. It is increasing. You can tell it's increasing. Well, the volume is decreasing, but you see the body size is getting bigger. The profit potential is not much here. All right, it is reversing. It's a clear reversal of the upside here, but it's the profit potential sucks. I'm starting to get some chop. Novak's chopping sideways all day. Etsy is pushing up here. CRWD is pushing up as well. Zoom inside 60. They're curling up. Here's what I want to keep an eye on is Lulu. Lulu 60. All right. Let's go up Lulu. Look at the higher time frame. We see the higher time frame. Gorgeous. Broke the monthly. And this damn thing, I'm telling you, Lulu could really go this month. I'll tell you something beautiful. On the weekly here, we see price pushing up here. You know, it would have been long here. The target's always a pivot high. Remember? We're always targeting a pivot. And if you took it long here for a swing, and that's the beauty about these things is, you know, the pattern works for all time frames. So you can swing these things as well. You just have to sit through the pullback. Sometimes I get antsy there. Anyway, price come up, pull back here. It shot through on volume. You hear me say a lot of times volume will lead these breakouts. It chopped sideways here. It finally got some momentum. It pushed pretty strong here and broke through it with no problem. The next week it retested. It came back down. It tried to go lower here. It expanded by a little bit there. So it broke through the line just a hair before it went higher. So it pushed through, it pulled back and retested and gone. Right now, here's another thing too. The high before it pulls back and retests is a measured move. 90.
Jerry, can you look at Myrna for a target?
Myrna. So that's a $20 measured move, so we can see 435 on Lulu. Yeah. Okay. Myrna, we're going to target pivot high 15. I'll get you exact measurement or exact ones. Right now, it's breaking through the pivot on the 15 or the 5 minute. Next target is 410. If it breaks 1403, it can quickly see 419. 419. I'll show you on the 5 minutes. Just gorgeous because these big candles are money. I'm telling you, they're just money. It's still pushing here. Right here's the first. That's really the first target here. Because it could, I want to show you something, it could break here and then retest this and go short. So be real careful. Your stop should be set right here. Let me get that for you right quick. Your stop is at, come on, 406, 405.90. And, you know, your closest stop should be set at probably 406.60. So don't get back so much. So pivot, we always be mindful of the pivots, right? There's price expansion on the pivots. Yeah. I don't take this. So on Myrna right here, be really careful. What's price can expand and come back through. Your stop for your safest chance of staying in the trade is actually right here, minus 10 cents, and I'll probably give it 20 cents below that because price can even expand on these support resistance levels. All right, so here and here. So on this level here, there is 1 touch, 2 touch, 3 touch, now there's 4 touches there. So there's your support, your closest support, your strongest support even. It's right there. You give it 20 cents. The more touches you can make, the stronger the support resistance level is. Like right here is one hell of a support resistance level there, because it actually expands all the way from over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 touches. It would take a lot to get through there. Your next target is going to be here, a little bit above that, a few ticks above it, and then your next one is here. Yeah. Now your stop has moved right here in this range. Here's your next stop, 406.50, because there is 1 touch, 2 touch, 3 touch, 4 touches there. Pretty strong, pretty damn strong. 406.50, and actually 406.40. That gives it some room for expansion. Shop just broke right here. SHO. The shop fixing to go long. Yeah, right. You see on the 15-minute, it's breaking this high, this candle right here, so it went long instantly. Target's going to be 15.28, so shop is long right this second. And if you would have took it right there on that break, the spread would have tightened up pretty good. Let me annotate right here. This right here acts as your stop now. Minus, you can give it minus 50 cents. The higher price tickers need more room. Every time Myrna goes breaks the high, it's gonna add to it. So any kind of pull back to the upside, it's gonna be add to it. Etsy's still pushing here, just a slow grind. This level should act as support. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4 touches. Very strong. If it breaks through there, it can come back in here and start chopping again. So we want price to break above it and then come back down and hold. It's got a big, beautiful candle on the 15-minute. They can come on. It hit that first target there. We needed to hit the second one and this one. Shop's long, boys and girls. We're gonna target 15:30. I'll be at way before then. Woo. Wait. I can get out. I'll try to get out right this second. I don't care. I don't wait around. I'd rather be a dollar drain any day. Come on, chat. Boost me. At a shop. Thank you very much, shop. Appreciate you. What I do is I get in the money Fall 0 DTA. Really cheap.
Hey Jerry, can you take a look at Adobe, ADBE?
Adobe, yeah, Adobe's been really nice here lately. Again, the target's still 1528 on shop here, but you know, it's just one I'm not gonna, I don't want to sit through a pullback on this ticker here. You see what I'm saying? Even though it can quickly get up to that price, I don't want to sit there. So if I catch some money on it and then catch the top of the ass, I'm good to go. Martin's still pushing here. Martin's still pushing, shots of beauty. Adobe looks really good here. 2 down, 2 up as it comes back through this range. Adobe can come all the way back up to 631. It's long. Yeah, beautiful breakout here. Volume's increasing on it. Looks really good, my friend. Nice ticker.
Thanks, Jerry.
And you're welcome. If it breaks 632.50, this thing can really rock. Really good. It's 12 o'clock. Shopify, what a move. And that's the thing. I don't want to sit through any kind of pullback. These bigger tickers, I'm usually in and out. I'm usually in and out very quickly. Really, the less time in something, the less risk you got. That's a pretty good move. Roughly $8, 8 or 9 bucks. And I still expect it to go to here. Right there. I still expect it to get to here. Now, if we can get a close above and a retest of the pivot low here. So if we can get a price break above the pivot, here's a pivot here. If we get a break above it and a retest or at least a pullback, I'll take it as soon as it crosses here. All right. And I'm always going to target these right here. I'm not going to be in it that long. The reason this trade works so well, I want to show you why. These big old red candles, man, huge. Price quickly goes in. Let's pull up the 15. When I tell you the price moves quickly through these big red candles, it does. I'm telling you, it does. I'm not playing when I say that. It's the truth. Look at it. Big red candle. Entry. All right. Right here. There's a wave right there. The price come down. It pull back here. 1 pullback, 2 pullbacks. As soon as it crossed this top of the wave here, it's 2 pullbacks to the upside. That's confirmation reversal. All right. Target is going to be here. And ultimately, the pivot high. I don't need all that move. It's $25. That's nice. I don't need all that. I don't need it all. I just need a part of it. And the spreads don't bother me if I'm confident in the move, and I'm not greedy. I'm okay. Spreads don't mean one shit to me. All right, let's see what the internet world's talking about. Texas trying to flag again. And shop, you want to know why you don't get greedy in these things? Look at this beast. It pulled back roughly 50% of that candle. That's a lot. And I love taking profits as price gets up to my targets too. On these bigger tickers, I usually target on the 5 minute. So it went long when it crossed right here. I'm going to show you entry on the 5 minute. When it crossed right here. Across the high of this candle's wick here. So you want to take it when it crosses the highest wick, tallest wick in the group. So right here, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 touches. All right. And that's a flat top breakout. That's all that is. A flat top breakout to the other side. All right. It crossed right here. Remember, volume leads to breaks, even on the 5 minute. We're always trading the same pattern. That pattern applies to all time frame. A flat top break on any time frame is important. JP Morgan's looking pretty good. We're gonna break expansion through this weekly pattern here. As price starts to come back through, I tell you what, it's long right there. Second, it went long right here at 153. If it breaks 159, we'll see 167. How about a nice swing? Right here on the monthly, big rip. All right, now it's starting to cut. You can actually see it. Post that, put that in there. Wow. Looks like there's some money in some banks today, guys. Goldman Sachs been moving here, trying to flat top breakout on low volume. It's no bueno. Man, look at it. I love Goldman Sachs. I like Morgan Stanley too. The higher time frames, gorgeous. This thing right here broke out at 385. And remember, volume leads the breaks a lot of times. Here's a breakout at 392. I took the daily. I guess it's running because of earnings or something. MST. Nice. Moving on down. Here's that curling. See it curling right here? Curl here. Curl here. Curl here. Where's it going? 99.24. If it breaks 100, this thing will really rip. Go. Steady volume all day. Go ahead, earnings. This at 312 with a mobile hammer, it's a 2-bar rush back to the upside. Capital One's gonna break 168 and keep going here. And that's flat top. Needs to break 167.51 to go long. Currently inside 60. And that's that chop that we say. Shopify is breaking out on mobile hammer. Shopify breaks the longest. The target's gonna be a pivot. G.
Jerry, GBTC, it's got a big Kirby to fill in on that volume by thing. It's breaking it.
Nice. NRG's taking the month. It's taking the week, the day, the 4 hour. Longer price consolidation, the bigger the break. On this thing, it's breaking the month. It's been consolidating for 1, 2, 3, 4 years. Can you imagine how big this break's gonna be? Okay. And JP Morgan looks good too. I'll be right back. I gotta have my son air tire up. Keep it on Tesla here. Tesla's trying to go short right this second. If Tesla breaks $700, it's short. Target 697. I'll be right back. Make some more money. I'm back. Novak's went short here. I'm looking at messages right now. For me, it's harder for me to go back in time and look at these tickers than it is to see what's going to happen in the future. Because a lot of times, you're not going to see that candle was red, then it was green, then it was a doji, then it was a hammer, then it went solid green. You're not going to see a lot of this stuff because it was before it closed. For me, it's harder for me to go back and try to decipher something. SC, let's take a look at the higher time frames first. Pretty nice on the month, breaking the month right there, 307.49. It is pulling back slightly. It's breaking and retesting the day, which is just gorgeous. Look on the 4-hour here. We know price expands on the pivot, so we can see expansion here as it pushes right back up. So if you look right here, expansion keeps you out of trouble. It also is important for stop placement. So now let's go to lower time frames. Since we know this thing's in a pretty strong uptrend, it's retesting. We're going to look to take this thing back to the top, 307.49. So right now it needs to break 303.34, and you could possibly take it at when it breaks 302.80, since it's such a strong ticker. Also, I want to say, yeah, sometimes I do swing trades. I just don't like sitting through the pullbacks and stuff like that. To me, I don't like it. The patterns do work on all time frames. Right now, SE be a swing back to 307.49. But and then all time high. So on that pullback, it's a measured move right there, 307 back to the pivot, $7. So target's going to be 315 on this thing. Basically, kind of chopping here. Roku. Let's look at Roku right quick. There's some major support going on right here on Roku. Again, this right here on the 60 can turn around to be a pullback the upside. I could just fail. I mean, right now it's like in a pivotal point. On the higher time frame, it's kind of going down here, but it could make a new low or higher low here and start to uptrend. And I'm saying that because if you look at the lower time frames, we'll step down to the 15 here. But if you look at it, right here, see that? See all them touches we get right there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10. The bodies are getting smaller. If it breaks through this level here, it could really puke. First level it had to come to or break through would be right here. And then, we're always going to aim for the bottoms. It's acting as a floor. To take this thing long, it had to break right here. But right now, it's kind of in a pivotal area. And if you looked at it, if we drew this as one candle, it's right in the middle. And when you have something that's right in the center of something, that's the worst possible place to be. Can we review coin and net, please? Yep. Yeah, I do. Very often. But yeah, there's some really good signals out there for swings, 100%. coin, remember, we always show the higher time frame first. I want to show you something on these IPOs that they just pop out. I want to show you the typical trend. Hood is pushing up right this second. We know that it is. You can see it. But we'll put it up in a second. Generally speaking, a lot of times when these IPOs just open, or whatever the hell they're called, sometimes they'll push up, but they'll always come back down and kind of base out. And then they'll eventually start to curl and go to new highs. Coin did that. So coin, it didn't go up. It did. But
Hey,
it was
hey,
green.
hey, hey, Jerry, your AMD put just broke out of that consolidation. Good job. That AMD broke out of that 5-minute
yeah.
consolidation you were saying.
Thank you. Yeah, the next target on AMD is going to be that low hanging 2 candle, and then pivot. 15. But a lot of times, yeah, they just this one went green back to red, came down, pulled back to the downside. You could have shorted it when it went to here, but a lot of times they'll just kind of base out before they start picking up, and that's kind of what this one's doing right here. So if you look at it, it is tough in here. And while we're on that, let's look at hood right quick. So hood opened up. Straight up, did back most of its gains already. This thing will probably come on down and start to base a little bit and then pick back up. That point again. Any kind of continuation reversal is always going to be on that lower time frame first. This is a general idea. That way we're not looking with blinders on. We see the bigger picture. All right, so month starting to curl up. It is making higher highs, higher lows. Trying to break out of the daily here. It did break out of 4 hours to break a retest in the 4 hours. Very bullish. A lot of times volume leads to break. It can break today, can break next week. Also, when it breaks that pivot, guess what? It's coming up a big red candle. Target would be that pivot, 280.13. The lower time frames now. All right, now inside on the 60. It needs to break that 260-240 range. That's consolidation right there. So that's a compound inside bar. Could have taken it down here when it broke out of 254.20. Right now, it needs to break 260-240 to be long. A lot of times you can take these things on the way back up. All right. So price pushed up pretty strongly. Came back down, it based out right here. All right. Support comes from all the way over here. It'd been best to take it when it broke this level right here. And you can see when it hit that level, as soon as it hit that low right there, it pulled back here, came on down, and then it broke out again. So it's a flat top breakout right here. And that's really why you want to find the strongest support resistance. And, you know, the targets are going to be the bodies and the wicks. Those are both just equally as important. It breaks out. And when it breaks out there, the target over here and the pivot. Now, since it's to the target, we want to close above this pivot and some kind of pullback. You take it on across the line. Next. The coin looks pretty good. It needs to break out. It needs to break that high for another entry into it. Shop's run out of steam there. Shop got the target there, the top of that big red candle. Next, kind of flat line. Okay, here we go. This was a fairly new one, and it basically shows you exactly what I was talking about to the T. So it opened up and then it kind of went down. Now it's starting to cut back up. All right. That's where all these new IPOs do. Typically, I'm sure there's some that don't do that. Oh, I don't want to pop up. Carvana, let's take a look. I don't know why net ain't, net. Put net. Okay, well, net, there you go. Pretty good uptrend inside month. There's a break and a retest right here. It kind of wedged out, shot up. It's doji weak. It just chopped. So you see doji just chopped. Decision. Need to break at 122.70 range. All right, take it long. We'll wait till it breaks 123 on that. Test is going to be short here in just a second. It breaks consolidation. Target's going to be the day's low. So let's pull it up on a 16 here. And that's actually sitting around that 62. So when you see these breaks, these consolidations, look on every time frame. All right. Right now, this thing is sitting right on that level. Sitting right here. All right. A break through this area here. The breaks through this area is going to be short. The target's going to be here. The longer consolidation, bigger break. This is consolidation. It's a 2, a 1, and hopefully we'll see a 2. Of course, it can break either way. Make sure it breaks by at least 25 cents, if not 50. It's 11:48. 3 minutes in this candle here, and we can see that volume is stepping up. Love you too, son. Be careful.
She's here. I love you.
Love you. Volume is ramping up on a Tesla here. It could push it through here. But a breakthrough here, it's got to break below this lowest candle here by 20 cents. It'll be short. Target's going to be here. Now, we always look at all time frames. Right here on the 60 there, it pushed through there. It's fixing to go 212.60 down. Target's going to be low today and then keep on going. Remember, there's a gap fill down here too. It tried to peek through the gap fill and then rejected. So it needs to break below the low of the day, and the gap fill is at 688, which could go pretty quickly. If you look at it, some big red candles to fill right there. So right here, if it starts to fill that gap, we got these big red candles right here. And it can quickly come through it. But if it breaks the 2 here, if it breaks this pivot, target's going to be here. And then plus the gap there. But right now, it's pretty strong. And a break of 10 cents is not enough. You need to break it by at least 20 cents. Look at Roku, boy. HD trying to put PMG up right here. Chop's coming down. All right, HD 2112 15 breaking back through 15 pivot. HD's gonna be long for crosses 332. And at 332, let's pull up the 60 here. Once you get good, you can spot this thing pretty quickly. But that's the top of that level there. Get you above this wick here. All right, and then you get this big red candle come up. That's a PMG on the lower time frame. That's another beautiful thing about the red candles, big red and green candles. Novak's crosses low today, so be shorter, add to your position. Really, there's no resistance there. It's like a gap. There's nothing to stop it from going, but on the lower time frame, there's a lot of stops to take out. And that's another reason they start pushing pretty good. Etsy short. And the target's really going to be the low of the day. Hopefully get a break through that area. It could. Etsy breaks through this pivot here, 178.90 range. You can come see 175. And that'd be nice to get. Shop. going short here. And if Roku breaks consolidation, they'll be short, forming a shooter right now. Fiverr short. Shop here. So right now we got a wedge forming on Shopify. It's 211. Look at the higher time frame. And look at this thing. This thing right here might go short next week. We don't know. It's expanding right here. You see it? Beautiful expansion. And it's clean. So look here. It came up here, took this stop out. This right here took that stop out right there just by a penny. It's red. It's pulled back here. The inside is going to break to the downside. If it does, target's going to be here. It could take this stop out here by 10 cents and turn around and go right back up. You can see it. It's very fine. It's expansion. It's beautiful expansion too. So fun. Yeah. That is clean as it gets. So where we at in this range here, guys? Right. Price came up. Came back down. Bounced off the pivot. Went inside. Trying to go right back down. It needs to break this too right here before it can continue lower. It is starting to pick back up, but you know, it is still a big shooter on the week. So next week we'll be looking for this right here. Yeah.
Need your help.
Spice fix to go long here. We got VIX going straight down. We take a lot of these tickers back up here. Spice long here, guys. Get it, get it, go. I'll be right back. I have to go look at his car. Hey, Max, on the options, especially when it gets closer to Thursday, Friday, it's safer if you're new to trading options to buy next week's options. Because automatically you're working against time decay. Also, I also suggest buying them, you know, one out of the money or at the money. Timing is the most crucial part of any kind of entry. You want to get it as soon as it comes out of a, as soon as it breaks out of a pullback. So let's stay on SPY here. On an entry, it's a reversal or continuation. Your timing is very, very important. If you wait too long, if you hesitate too long, you're gonna get a shit fill. And if it's wrong, it can go against you twice as fast. So, say price breaks here, you see it retest here. As soon as it comes back up, just a little bit. Let me zoom in. So timing is everything. So you're gonna take this break right here. So price pushes up, it pulls back on the next candle, retest. As soon as it crosses this candle wick right here, just as soon as it crosses it, you're gonna enter it. So if you wait and it gets up to here, so if your signal, if your entry signal's here and you wait, automatically the bid ask spread is going to increase dramatically. Also, you know, if you enter something, you can be down for a few seconds, but it still continue to push up on it. So you want to make sure your target is going to be nice on it as well. And VIX, you know, VIX should push on up to new highs today. Because VIX is pushing down, SPY should make new highs today. But your entry is everything on it. Limit feels pretty nice too, because you know market can be a bit risky. It just depends on how fast you want in the trade. Let's look at Amazon right quick, because Amazon's fixing to break. I want to show you where to get in at. Amazon's gonna be long when it crosses this break right here. The Amazon's long. Come on, I'm trying to tell you. Pull back, it needs to cross it. Let's keep it on volume real quick. I'm not saying take it, I'm just saying that's where you're going to enter at. As soon as it breaks, first thing in the morning between 9:30 and 11, you can take this entry here when it's about 20 cents above the break. After 11 o'clock, you do have to get a little bit more money, and also you want to see volume increasing. Right here, we see it break the pivot, but the problem is the volume's decreasing. So after 11 o'clock, the rules change. You have to get a little bit more money, and also you want to see volume increase on the break. These breakouts tend to fail about 80% of the time after 11 o'clock. But say it's morning time between 9:30 and 11 o'clock, and this thing starts to break out, I wouldn't hesitate to break it or take it. You always need some kind of pullback to enter. So it might be best to start with like a 2-2 reversal pattern or something, or 2-1-2 or 3-1-2 reversal as you come back through range. And if this thing starts to reverse, that's what's going to happen on Amazon here. We're looking for that 2-1-2 reversal back through, and right now it needs to cross this right here. So get a pullback, goes down inside. You want to start coming back up. The target's here, here, here. But your timing is the most important component. And you want to find a good strategy, a good pattern as well. The trade, I would suggest picking one strategy or one pattern and getting really good at it. And have a lot of success with it on your entries. The main thing to remember is never chase nothing. You know, you need at least some kind of pullback, even if it's a pullback on a 1 minute chart. You need some kind of pullback to get in these things. Now on the AMD here, we also do 4 hour, and on the daily, it looks like a pullback to the downside to me. Price peak went inside, pulled back, went down, pulled right back on that candle there, and that's going down. So the next target on this thing is right here, 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 and here. So this thing's reversing. How long it's reversing is a different story. But this is a strong kicker. Market's chopping pretty much right now. Let's say cost right quick. Cost is trying to pull back up 60. The volume's increased on it. See right here, it's a 212 reversal on Costco. First target's gonna be 442.56, only 30 cents away. Clean pattern. So let's look at it. Costco's been a pretty good uptrend here lately, so it's safe to assume that it's not going to die. It picks up here. You got some pullbacks to the downside. It bases. That's why that pivot, we wouldn't have saw that pivot. We based. It started chopping sideways here. We start making higher lows. All right. So if we was to set our rules up, this is a compound 2. You need 25% above the base, strongest support resistance right here. So you would take the entry as soon as it crossed here, and look here, it breaks it, it comes back and retests it, and then it goes. And that's why it's important for stop placement as well. This one right here, inside up, it's a clear uptrend pattern. It's a Momo hammer. Targets here, here, and here. On its way up. Volume steadily increasing right here. Okay. This candle here has got 9 minutes left in it.
Jerry, how come you didn't make the compound candle all the way down to the 2 candle that, yeah, right there.
Right here?
Yeah, why didn't you take it all the way down to there?
Down there. Yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Right there.
I was looking at the horizontal line under the several candles right there. Okay, cool.
Yeah, right here.
Thank you.
You're welcome. AMD's almost a target. Costco looks really good though. There is resistance right here. Right there. There's 3 touches right here. So we're looking for it to break through this range right here. So there is 1 touch. 1 touch. 2 touches. So if it can push through there, we can see here and here.
Jerry, what do you think about Lulu is
I,
pushing?
Yeah, so I was fixing to say, Lulu's doing the same exact thing here.
Mm-hmm.
So Lulu, same exact setup. I've actually got them side by side up on my screen. It's got the same pattern on the higher time frame. Beautiful chart, absolutely gorgeous. Right here on the 60 is 212 up. Target's going to be the body of this candle 412. It is pumping up here, but let me show you. This is one candle, 25% above the base. You could have taken this trade when it crossed here. Right now, the target's here. If you're not in this thing already, it's better until it breaks this part here and then get some kind of pullback and cross. Your target's going to be the body of that candle there, then the wick, and then pivot low, and then pivot high. It's really good volume, and the volume not look as good as Costco. It's still coming up though. But yeah, you could have taken this one. It basically touched 3 different times right here. So it tried to go lower, it couldn't. And now we got a couple pullbacks to the upside. It chopped sideways here. Right there. That's a flat top breakout right here. So you could have took it when it crossed here. With the target being here. But now we need to wait till it crosses right here. So there's support resistance at the width and the body. So right here, there is support resistance here. There is support resistance here. And right here at the very peak. And you can see a reaction at all these zones here. Right here on this level, right there, it came up and touched 3 times before finally breaking out. On this level here, price came up, and now it's starting to come back. It should hold. Next level comes up, it should retest that and go higher. Amazon trying to come down. AMD hit target. Next target is going to be the big green candle on 30. So really can't get in this thing until it breaks this candle by at least 20 cents. And you really want to see volume. You really want to see volume in on this level. If it breaks that though, it's a pretty good target. Right here. 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 Marner's coming up. Marner's coming up, probably gonna go no less with it. Amazon coming down. So you see right here on the Amazon at double top there, trying to come back through. Really tight range right here. Extremely tight. If you look on the 30-minute here, you see a break and retesting that level. It's trying its best to break through there, but it can't do it. So one pullback, 2 pullbacks, it breaks through there, and then it's testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. It's having a really hard time there. This whole area is crazy. Every time it came down, rejected. And really, it goes short when it crosses right here. So it's short right this second. The target the targets are not very clear back here. It's a lot safer when it crosses this candle's low here. It would be a scalp, it would be a scalp. And what it's doing is it's wedging. See it broke the bottom there. AMD. You see on the 5-minute AMD broke and retested. 5-minute hit it. See it breaks here, retest, now it's going short. It just went short right here if you're not in it. Target's gonna be the body and the wick. Novavax is currently. Let's see what the volume looks like. So AMD was saying the wrong thing. It'd probably be short of a weekend. Novavax. Novavax got a big nice gap to fill here. 2260 kind of come back in range. Higher time frame. So tomorrow's coming up too. This thing for PMG target's gonna be that 196.45 range. But that needs a break. Needs to stay green. Let's do a pullback. Jack, what is it? Not really seeing anything. What the interweb's talking about here. Yep. Arizona. Carolina's pretty clean. Gap up. Fill the gap. Trying to bounce and go right back up. Validation breaks. There's a break here. Retest the weekly. Currently doji. So you're gonna have to come back down. We're gonna circle bounce up. So currently we see it on the inside on the 60, but it filled that gap. Now it's starting to make its way back up. We can see it on the well, on the 15 and the 5. I'm talking about lower time frames. You can kind of see exactly what's going on inside one individual candle. And when it's done, as it's came down, it's filled this gap right here. Now we see it start to pull back to the upside here. So if we take this wick right here up, it'll be long, and it's a PMG, here. Nothing here, okay. $20 move could be a really nice swing. If you look at the week on this thing, it's strong. It's a break. It breaks out, retest. Yeah, pretty good pullback on the day. That gap will take that. Yeah, it's just consolidating and breaking. So consolidate, then a break, and consolidate, and break again. Definitely trying to come back up. Good. Let's start the curve. Come on. I want to try to wick up there and that failed. Expanded. Right now, MNST's breaking. And the volume's picking up on it. Yeah, 2 bucks. Let's see at 99.24. Wow. I'm talking about that 4 hour and the daily PMG. It took all those stocks that one day. Crazy. Shot breaks the flat top here to go to new highs. By the bottom, hammer, the pull back to the upside. Definitely trying to come back through range. Volume, increase volume. Autodesk, what a beast. Autodesk, 2 down, 2 up, making a higher low on the weekly. Certain curl on the daily, going back up. That 2 down, 2 a week. Reaching. That's nice. Discover. Stop. Get good. All right, guys, I think I'm gonna call it. If I see anything in the last 30 minutes of the day, I'll pop back on here. Autodesk looks pretty good right now, and Lulu. Now on those. Shop could break and push. Myrna's pushing, but nobody's coming down, so I don't trust Myrna. The video chopping. This is chopping right at the bottom there, but you know, if it breaks, it's only got a small room to go. Baidu's trying to work its way back up to 1.215 and back up. Other than that, it's like garbage. So y'all have a great weekend, and I will talk to y'all Monday morning.
Thanks a lot, Jerry. Have a good weekend.
You're very welcome. I appreciate you.
Thanks, Jerry, so much.
Thanks, Jerry.
Hope y'all had a good week.
Thanks, Jerry. Thanks, everybody.
Somebody asked some questions on here. Okay, so Max, when I first enter a trade, I don't use a hard stop. I use a mental stop. I still think SPY's can do high there. I use a mental stop. Autodesk is making new highs, but I use a mental stop. And then when I get in the money, pretty good amount of the money, I'll actually put a hard stop in place.
So when you do get, pretty far into the money, how far back are you trying to set that stop to protect the profit? I mean, are we talking, obviously it depends on the size of the, and the spread,
Usually, it depends how far I'm in the money, but bare minimum, a little bit above break even. It depends on how much room I want to give it. It really just depends. It really depends. But I like protecting whatever credits I got. Sometimes I'll put a pretty tight stop on it. Other times I'll try to give a little bit more room. If I think it's got a potential to make a pretty good move, then I'll give it some room to breathe. But a lot of times when you first enter a stock, it can be so volatile. If you set a hard stop, man, it can stop you out, and then it keep going your direction.
Yeah. And did I hear you say, I mean, do you market in and out of trades that are happening right at the?
Yeah. Yes, I mark it in, and then I bid out. I sell the bid.
And doesn't that market in give you the highest price to get in?
Yeah, sometimes it does. Yeah. Yeah. But sometimes when I get in, especially first thing in the morning, the first 30 minutes of the day, when these things break.
Yeah. Yeah.
When they break, even on Shop and Amazon, they move so fast you can't even get filled on the market. But a lot of times when I get in, even with a market, I'm green instantly because they move so fast, even with a big spread.
Right. Yeah, my other big issue is trying to figure out. Go ahead.
It's safer to limit in, but sometimes you're not going to get filled.
Yeah, I find myself just moving my limit to try and chase it, and then it's too late.
Yep, exactly. Yeah. So if I'm pretty
in the mornings. Yeah. So what's your philosophy on the gaps, especially if there's a lot of pre-market action that's sending something way up? There's usually, still a good amount of exhaustion that'll play out in those first few minutes, just another push before it kind of consolidates. But how do you like to play those gaps?
Gap up. I'd rather play a gap down than a gap up any day. A gap up, if you're looking at pre-market chart, you want to, on a gap up, your best trades are going to be trades that gap up and you have some kind of consolidation. So some kind of sideways movement that's in a pretty tight range. And a lot of times they'll pull back at open as people start taking profit, then they'll turn around and go back up. On the gap ups, a lot of times you'll see them fill between 30 and 50%, only for it to turn around and go back up because they've gapped up for some reason. Sometimes they'll gap fill. More times than not, they'll fill about 50% and then turn around and go back higher. The gap downs are a lot better because if there's any close pivot buy, it breaks that as short automatically. You're only going to scalp it, and then you really want the gap downs, especially on the bigger names. You wait until they catch a base. So if you're not comfortable taking it open, you wait till it catches the base, and as it starts to come back through range, now you have a clear target. Your clear target is going to be the open candle, or the high of the first candle, the top of the body, because it depends what color candle it is. So the top of the body, the first candle that opens up in the morning, and then the high of the day is going to be your target. And then from there, I'll take profits at that point, and then when it breaks the high of the day and we get some kind of pullback, then I'll enter again for the gap fill. But sometimes they'll come up to the high of the day and they'll double top there and then go back down.
Right.
So I'm taking profits a couple times along the way. But your best trades on a gap up is some kind of consolidation sideways. And it's going to pull back, just let it open up and see what it's going to do. If it's going to go short for gap fill, when you get about 30 to 50%, put a hard stop in or tighten your stops up pretty tight.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome. But yeah, I like the gaps. A lot of people, some people just play gaps.
Yeah, it's been tough. This is, the paper trading. Once you switch over to live, it's like the emotions change everything. And I've got a pretty small account, so my buying power can get exhausted pretty quick if I'm trying to scalp in the morning. So on those
Yeah.
gaps, I really have to be cautious.
Yeah, and it can go against you pretty quick. I mean, you really got to know what you're doing. It's best if you're new to trading. I would suggest wait until at least 9:45 or 10 o'clock, because there's still going to be some pretty nice moves after 9:45, 10 o'clock. There's very volatile in the first 15 minutes a day, 30 minutes a day. I mean, you'll see them move up and then immediately go down, then they'll move straight back up and back down. I mean, they move 100 points. They'll move 20 up, 20 down, 30 up, and then 20 down. Crazy. It's best to wait till 9:45 or 10 o'clock. And
Yeah, I
then
think
look for signals on the 15-minute chart.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think I need to start moving away from the 5 and look at the 15.
Yep. So I'm looking basically for signals on the 15. And I'll go down when I see a signal on the 15, then I'll go to the 5-minute to look for an exact entry into it.
I got you.
Yeah. So Autodesk is still pushing it. But yeah, so 15. It's better if you find a signal on the 30 to 60. You know what a 2 down, 2 up is?
I do. Yeah.
So your best setup is, here, I'll tell you right now, full-time frame continuity, the upside or downside, 30, 60-minute chart using 2-2, so a 2 down, 2 up, or 2 up, 2 down on signal on the 30, 60-minute chart. And also you want to have a really nice month and week chart. So I'll show you what I mean. So you want your month and your week charts to be really clean. And when I say that, I mean, you should be able to see it and easily tell what price is doing. Like Goldman Sachs, been a pretty good uptrend. Pull back, went inside, now it's up, right? So we know they're buying it up. It's clean. So if you stick to tickers that have a beautiful monthly, weekly, it really makes it smoother on the lower time frames, right? It's pretty consistent. Anytime it breaks out of consolidation, you can look for a trade. So also 2 2s inside of a compound 1, I would stay out of it. So your most successful trades, especially if you're new, is any trade that's outside of this compound 1. Like NRG on the daily here, you see the pivot high and pivot low. It's a pretty tight range there. Anything in there you could really get chopped up. So you want to wait until it breaks out. So it breaks out here on the daily. So what you would do is, and plus that's a nice month week chart, right? So then what you do is you go to the lower time frames and look for an entry into it.
Right. Gotcha. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah, if you stick to really clean higher time frames, it makes life easy.
Yeah, the other place I get in trouble is that I'll spend the night before kind of looking for my time frame continuity and get my setups all ready, and then I get on here in the morning and tickers are getting called out and I kind of deviate from my plan.
Yeah, no matter what, if I call something or somebody else calls something, I mean, you can look at it, but I wouldn't just jump in it. I would definitely scrutinize it. Like sometimes people will call really nice stuff, but I'm always going to look at it and see if it fits my criteria, And sometimes it does, sometimes it don't. Sometimes it don't fit my criteria, and it still takes off running. So you got to have your own rules and stick to them. And also, you want to have a plan before you enter a trade, and you want to have a clear stop and a clear target. And I suggest you put your stops on the closest and the strongest support or resistance level. And you want to give it room for expansion as well.
Yeah, the stops I've always had a hard time with, just because, like I said, I'm not sure where I'm going to get priced in on my entry. So it's like, if I'm going market just to try and catch the run or catch the move, and then I realize, wow, I've still got to make up 40, 50 cents to break even here, then that changes my mental stop right out of the gate.
Yeah, it can. I mean, and And sometimes you can stick with, I would stick with tickers that have a tighter spread. Tesla's got a pretty tight spread. AMD, Apple, GE, Ford, tickers like that. I would probably target some of those too. And that way, if you do mark it in, the spread's not going to eat you up too bad.
Yeah, gotcha. Cool. Thanks, Jerry.
You're welcome. Stop them to avoid a problem. Russell says he uses stop limit. And I guess that works. You know, if you put a wide enough stop on it. And the limit, you get your exact price that you want for it. AMD still going down here. I can see AMD going down all next week too, or at least for a couple of days. All right, guys. Y'all be careful. I'll see you Monday.
Thanks, Gary.
You're welcome.